Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Hello everyone, my name is Dr. Florentia Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. As you're all aware, this month is Breast Cancer Awareness Month and we'll be bringing you daily tips on breast cancer. To start with, what is breast cancer? Breast cancer simply refers to cells in the breast growing out of control. There are 3 types of tissue in the breast made up by cells. They are the duct tissue, lobules, and connective tissue. Cells in any of these 3 types of tissue can grow out of control and cause breast cancer. Breast cancer does not stay in the breast. It can grow in other parts of the body and cause problems as well. Although breast cancer was the #1 most diagnosed cancer in women, it is no longer the #1 cause of cancer-related deaths in women, and this is because of early detection. That's why in this month, we encourage you to touch the boobs. That is, get to know what your breasts feel like regularly, so that when there are changes, you'll be able to detect very easily. Thank you for staying with us and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Dr. Samson Asala from the Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. On today's tips about breast cancer, we are going to talk about some Ghana statistics. In the year 2020, 1 in 3 Ghanaian women who were diagnosed with cancer had breast cancer at various stages. Of this number, 2,055 sadly died from complications arising from breast cancer. Breast cancer is treatable if detected early and interventions are put in place. Let us all join together to prevent needless death from breast cancer. Join us again tomorrow for another episode of Tips on Breast Cancer.
Auntie, Patricia to say.
Patricia, you.
Patricia, Mammy who din.
Your friend Mavis, Asante.
Now, Patricia, would you may say how many years?
I shall say almost 6 years in a
6 years. Until one day introduce you to a Jume.
Me mamma. Na mamma or the Yama Fiquine soba. Until na me ban and chain wa Basisiano. Wajana home a cranty mena me.
No, at only for 6 years. Okay. Until me show a brabo mukakra, unsem pempi, ya uwa bofran ya. Unye nyina usi o me ko school essence pese bia me doctor pese me lawyer pese me se ni se unye na den da we ni so se wo be da achi
oh me nyi ni de na kan pese me ko school na eja be ya aban adwuma ana se na me pese me ton ade but abanesa
se aban adwuma nti se ebin
oh se school na me depend school na me ko no se metime ko ya anka ebia secretary ana nursing ana say bibi what you say
it's not just school went to me and Kobe cry
oh me we SS mom but na me nya boafo bia ma wanto ameso
ko do SS na vocational school na wo for we
oh ma wo for wo ho me ma me wo papa wo ho but na nyeme mu den kakra
mo do so ana
oh, yeah, no, so sad, but obey anything.
When you were in Kahia,
there be many was
at what point now, Osha says, oh no, my mere babaton, and your own Kaya.
Oh, maybe they came back, Raha. Now me call a Togo Kofanya, my banty. Near my bad down there, then I'm starting to say, me, there, me, mammy, and what I say. I mean, I am markets.
I say, well, now one person beton idea. And see,
no woman is so.
Who reality no say see idea, we need choice be a winner was all you know. The saying.
Oh, me okay. My dear tomorrow, because I'm mania. What?
I be also Osha say 6 years ni. Until then I be to me I say oh me Mavis me share juma we asi me to me I say ni say e dey free.
Oh me share juma na si ansa na me worry. Nyame adom bibia ye fine mama. Me okay.
Unya say unya nsi wo dan ni na unya
oh e go so.
I said Sunday bibia so e yoboko.
I said your mind mo mu aye nye easy. Hey, e mo aye din o. Enso nyame wo ho. Nyame beye. Ye bompa ya I hope say nyame beye bibia.
Wa be wo say olonka ba ko ye 20 cedis. In a day oba. Ahe na utumi eton.
Oh, I told the beer market ne dey told the beer ye told the beer and they say na market nya kra. Marketing, yes, a marketing, yeah. Me ton be 5 bags, but then 3 pen a maton.
5 bags now, they saying,
say 1 bag na. Price says first near the my 300, say 35. Me ton. Say no. Me fa wo me be fa e won o mo nchen na maton ti me wi ana me discount no. Eko what you say nti de beba so na be ye media
nti wedro pepe so bi wa brabo ma ohun say when nu ho say nya na nka pese o ye no wentumi anye
o ye me no me ho wa brabo mo kra not we ya makase me no me ho no
ebia un say ebia misuku me classmate o mo ameni o mo ko school no say mo do level bi na
say nya me ho ne say once we hear adwuma nko ade so ono na wako school no okwa wo so timi ko bi what you say market any school no difference bi ene musa o kwa ho bibi bana wo kwa wo timi ko so betimi akobi betimi a present o ho sene a obi a wako school kra so ye den e present no ho no nti me no me ho that be that she be ene baby a because obi wo kra wo ho a wako school so They do baby and your te market or to me a yen who we chain or be a wako school paying. Into me no me who cry.
The market near a quay more, yeah, seriously.
Oh, and no near Juma, me say me. Into send a tea, I say you, say you. I was saying, my mamma energy. I won't.
Be show video now or say Mama Mavis the same way I come a comment or more papers or the mower and then I'll back as over person nipa never wow. Oh,
Mamma is come for you, Juma.
So, you may who say she can never than
there be a say a Juma way, near money ye before you in Chia. What on we are, and son out in the rest Sikaya day. Aquamano, but took it a capital, Nadia, Oka now they are fat. Now I beton.
Uji few oton we are. No. Into Dana went to me Antony, no bedding.
Now I bet to us so. Now I beton.
Period, or Modiama so beton this.
And then me 5 years and son. Watch I met me a bet to us so. Now me the rest come. Take the bina ye me council and now I'm out time now the chia. And you will be a deca.
Maybe said that's so near because
yet there unya bibia easy sir. What I say as time goes on I will tell the be boka but I was say within the rest kaya day and man and on a casa one and the becca say be and then your man could ye a mammy too. Mamma bring me the betry and now mamma near mano na me ton fenchia mauka crankakra. What a son ye de here. Obi eni wo craze ka se me de dwaye na ye befa oton wi ana watua ne raka saneti
na maybe say that so ne nkasa
so madam asepa
so nya me shira so de ma say e dad bebe ha bia no mbo na bibia nya fa
so me shira nya me shira mama onya mokese na muntime nya adwuma no ye da.
So you heard it all from Mama Mavis. She's also inside the Agbegbuleshi market. In case you want to make yourself some hot palm nut soup, don't hesitate to reach out to her. My name is Victoria Cheba and this is Everyday People. See you on the next episode.
Kwalebu was I think 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Hello everyone, my name is Dr. Florentia Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. As you're all aware, this month is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and we'll be bringing you daily tips on breast cancer. To start with, what is breast cancer? Breast cancer simply refers to cells in the breast growing out of control. There are 3 types of tissue in the breast made up by cells. They are the duct tissue, lobules, and connective tissue. Cells in any of these 3 types of tissue can grow out of control and cause breast cancer. Breast cancer does not stay in the breast. It can grow in other parts of the body and cause problems as well. Although breast cancer was the #1 most diagnosed cancer in women, it is no longer the #1 cause of cancer-related deaths in women, and this is because of early detection. That's why in this month, we encourage you to touch the boobs. That is, get to know what your breasts feel like regularly, so that when there are changes, you'll be able to detect very easily. Thank you for staying with us and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Dr. Samson Asala from the Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. On today's tips about breast cancer, we are going to talk about some Ghana statistics. In the year 2020, 1 in 3 Ghanaian women who were diagnosed with cancer had breast cancer at various stages. Of this number, 2,055 sadly died from complications arising from breast cancer. Breast cancer is treatable if detected early and interventions are put in place. Let us all join together to prevent needless death from breast cancer. Join us again tomorrow for another episode of Tips on Breast Cancer.
On today's edition of Campaign Show on GhanaWeb TV, we've traveled all the way from Accra to the Ashanti region. We are here at the Asokwa Constituency, where we will be touring some towns and electoral areas, including Chirapatre, Kuwait, Aprabo, Oti, Dompoase, Atonsu, among other areas, to find out from constituents what their major challenges are and what they also want government or the Member of Parliament for this constituency, Patricia Appiagyei, to look at. Join me, Ernestina Sewa Santi, as we find answers to these and many more. Now I am in the Kuwait, Aprabo and Oti electoral area, and I have with me 2 people that are going to share their thoughts on the sitting Member of Parliament's performance. Madam Honorable Patricia Appiagyei, the performance the same waha.
Oh, the performance na dey waye bi. Ba nya ni nyina na ye beka so waye. If it's a ball no amode ababetum ya ate no. Ball no mo ma entontom we ye dodo. Omo bra mo chemical so mo fa ngutu mai. Chemical ni ehunu hwe. Eti ama ntontom na we na ewe ye. Nti ate ndie ye ma we problem pa. Eti ane ne yesra ne tenko na omo baba beka. Na adu no motimi dia begutu na ntontom no to aye den. Abra so amaye. Eti wotu pie kra ba na num kra de kwa wontimi ntena bontene. De to wuru adem. Nti ade ba ko ha ye no no. Na ade ba ko to tan ha ye biemu no etotum ye no nse. Ye ntuo tem no. Ho oden wa ha ten. So ko bi fie kana kwata ntu a enam to wuni bie nti uyi so aban pipe nti ukona ko pe ntu a wo mpa ma
wa ye kwan amaye ye lightings wa ya me ade ha me aye bola no bola nde yesre wo mo pa wo mo ye de mo se wo mo betu France still na da so nti yesre ne se bola nde wo mo betu ase maye
ansa na obeto aba ne den na wo hwe wo nipa na obegina nimu ansa wato ama no
oh me hwe na de a wa ye ne nkankwa what mama okuro cry the tumpon we say first you better na kwa 22 years in here na kwa we edu na pakra ntimi mfa ha emfuturo ne na edotun emfuturo ne na edotun nti na me adom 2024 2023 to 2024 wa ye kwa na ma ye kra ye nwa ye den atoye ye light system de any problem tell me nua ba na kan
sisi ase ye maame Appiagyei wo wade ono an ye beto ama no na wa kɔ nanim o ni nyuma pa wa ye nti ene ye beto ama na me na kɔ nanim.
So still on campaign trail on GhanaWeb TV, we are currently at Dompoase in Kumasi under Asokwa Constituency. What you can see behind me is the Dompoase bus terminal, which was constructed by the governing New Patriotic Party under the leadership of Honorable Patricia Appiagyei, who ensured that this project was constructed up to speed. We are currently here and we'll speak to some constituents on her performance and what other developmental projects they expect to see here in the Asokwa constituency. Come with me.
Media mama past MP dia me kwa dia me hunu so sa. Adia me hunu so sa ne se station we no kura ye teye no ona ma station we ye nyina. Omo tie bi wo high school wo se mpanimfo dia sojafo be gu kwa wo se omo nyina amla ba ma me no ma ye tie ase se omo mugina won de omo nyina ye na ne ni ba bi gina nti ye mra ha nti ye ba sa na ma obi a sa dutu ne ka ko high school ho nti na station we na nyina no nti na mpi ne de me ankasa pa de me hunu na mpi boa wo de boa ye wa.
So Patricia said December elections then a influence with decision to vote for candidates, either MP and as a presidential candidate.
Media MP no dia media mentim to aba man dia.
Me adwuma ono to aya me hu dwuma be na oye wa ha. Me hu dwuma be na oye wa ha.
We be ka say wa ye bus terminal ama se ne amote mu wa ha se.
Wan kafra o. Wa ye adwuma we kama eye fe. Na ka bia enye adwuma wa ha. Wu ne be fa wonan se fom. Ebe jena so. Na unfa wonan se fom a eye ne be ye adwuma. Wasi a kama. Ye nyina en ka se enye wo. Eye beda gu. Se ti aye jena ho. E du yesu a ni afre ni akolodu agogo. Anta ni akwa prabon. Aha de jena ho kwa. Nipa ba kokura ni ho ba hwe. Teka wo ba hu ka. O ka ni nyina askata. Leti wu na ye MP wa ha. Wu na be force wa ha be jena. Na da untu mi force aha jena de a. Me hu duma be na oye wa ha.
Nyama be na wo be hwe na de ato aba.
Me nipa me to aba ma no o mitim.
Oh, puti ma de. Why be batanya enough? The why no. Yes ya, what taking was Asokwa Constituency no. Enya ho adwuma na wo so why no. Because the follow the colleagues on no more parliament. Bebre entwenu 8 years but who ko mo pesu aso a adwuma wo maye no is more than yeah now mo twa no because who ko 20 years.
More expected then.
We expect more because yes now I was spending more. I also more development than we know on pesu aso. Because I spent more years our parliament. So don't mean nyama bebre ba on pesu aso. Osa kwa this way my say ye be ko fana ayibia na no my head akọ ibe ye gates ni ade no my ye camouflage bi no o me so mu di biti ni page no but say ni page no ni ye crazy kura ni gina ma de wi aba manana ne
mo MP ye mama part
ai ye ni pa ma Patricia Appiagyei
ene onim
ahon ofedua papa bi oba na nim tie oba onim nyansa oba o akukuduro ai ye dan no pa wa ya de chabatere man mu ha wa ma ya nya ekwan no fefefe na kane no na emfuturo nko a na makas no kwenti mi fe kuro nim enso na environment say ya na artifact so wa de ase ti ma part ye da ase na emom de hia me pa kese ne say afiwe abato ya ye beto ama no na emom no o ma ya sika na ye so dwadifo so ye ntimi emfa nse ye dwadiem na ye so yasene munye duru de ye challenge pa kese ne say ye nua mo NDC fo almost say I think ye to abanma wo mo na so emom ye da kra ye nto because ye nim de ma part wa ya amaye me mom de since adubu ahen time na me nsa we ento ma NDC biom na emom no omo ba de ya ye de ye beje ye nyina sika na ye de ya
me de hu se wa say tunsu e wo chapter state no
apart from that then why
Me de ni asotef no kwa we ye na tonso no kwa na me hu but if you kon de me hu hwe bi mu de.
Na street light eh.
Oh, street light ni de. Tana o tana mu na me hu bi na others ni de street light de bi ni musa.
Mama party de waya de. Na metiesi o continuation ho. Ensuo ta aka ma ho. Ene wagu ho ma ba bia ehu kota. Aya de ntimi de ono na meto amano.
Our current location is the Ahinsan Township, where we are here to solicit for the views of some residents here on the performance of the Member of Parliament for Asokwa Constituency, Patricia Appiagyei. We also want to hear from them whether or not she has embarked on several developmental projects and the way forward on how to improve the conditions of living here at Ahinsan.
Mama, the metro say about 20 abaton. Ye say no mum by Mramaye, a no more day. I no more day pa. Ye pay the abetua bar and no more guamaye. Say ye did dry betting me upon one amaye. They say yet more a more didn't see a ton dear cra and coso yen tardy. Tia say to a bama winner no more guamaya and 1 year she.
Na hase no challenges when I move face and then I'm percent in mama.
Oh, ya had it. Ye de ubia born home day. Ye ukasa MP my mawa any ye say. We make us or my mamma will so back as a bay mammy. Tini nana say wow be born home day. So obey a wad dear a babu.
Tina ben I won't say MP or hase.
Oh, MP the oil and you won't say car quemia nay womb for to quemoha. Me won't say I feel my baba your quena my. Today, who is on Subayan Indian?
After touring some electoral area, we are currently at the Agogo North electoral area where we have the Kumasi South Hospital. We will take a look at some infrastructural development that has been embarked on in the health facility. But then we'll also speak to some people on the performance of the Member of Parliament here and also get to know some of their challenges.
Oh, my part. The performance I go has any day. They say, Metimaka say, ne pencil better so idiot. Ye quine street in idiot. Why are dear? Nemo mago crema, ye juma woman. When you are my fan baby. Cause na station can say waha. And where you could don't pass side the honomo. A honomo so no, and you not, or I'm a amanyam. Ama Maria tonto ade he say station ni kura yi mu adwuma nyina ya basa ya aban hospital na taxi for wa ha say because of ayalifo no na omahu omummoba ma be gina ha say tinki e be se ni say su factory honum da ho enwura na afu wo honum yi tinki on keka ne nsa ase ni ehu ni mpanyimfo anko mebie station kakra man na se no obi be digwa wa agogo agisi okodom pass aprabon nya kofoka enye ena krona nkasa so public toilet nim one assemblyman ti se afidikasi omuti yanka atonsu agogo omuni public toilet ensuo eniha akoye individual na bie ni nsuo na nkofo akototo nti kroni ekura yeso Tinadaruma on twena ni mehwe sa no mani nyina
as mean say election nyama wake omonye ya umbetiatia omana
oh ono ni party ne de yensa anka de a ebetia no but de aka ne de enfanto
the performance na e wo form nti ama ekrofo bebe so meto skirt and blouse nti onye ha say toilet ni ha hase ankasa so baby ayegu ball ani ha na ono so ye to ban man kwa ye nsa hu no ko si se 4 years reversionti
den na pese mu hu wo hase
ye pese ye hu ni se onye mputu adwuma no omane onye ngum o mia bi adwuma ma youth fo ni nya bi nye na wo kosusura se otimi kwa o hwe na aban no Uko hospital say kakura do so bebre dodo insurance na nya hwe utwe sika saa anti wo de se nyame bwana so otimi kwa ye bompa so ontimi enhwe no onka ne nyina amaye ne ye bele wonyem kula wo be bele saa kwa ye sabe ju sika nyina na wo mo insurance no mo nhye mu kina na ntimi nya adwuma yi na enhwe ya ye wa hye Ghana ma na ye enhwe ye yi na ye bele
oh waye bi de me de mani hu ni se atonsu school mu wono mo park no waye na enyuma a ewo district ase waye bi and the betimi abona baso waye bi nipa de oya ade a sayeye pavement no yete so a dangerous pa ye pese ma part o ma ye ba bi tina na ye ton ade pavement no eno ne me hawa ha me a me ka kire no si esre na e pa na cho esre na ni di o ma ye ba bi a e betimi adi dwane atimi dia ahwe ye ma na omu fefe ba no omu ko school no eno ne me hawo.
Our guest is one of the women making strides in society. She was the first female mayor of the Kumasi Metropolitan Assembly and currently the Member of Parliament for Asokwa Constituency and doubles as the Deputy Majority Leader in Parliament. Patricia Appiagyei is our guest today on the show. Honorable, you're welcome.
Right, thank you.
How has your stay in Parliament been so far?
I'm just thinking about the question. Whether stay in Parliament means 12 years in Parliament.
12 years.
Yes. Oh, just say yes. I think it's been one of a checkered one. Initially, when I came to Parliament, it was a time where we were in opposition. And I must tell you, it wasn't an interesting experience at all. In the first place, you're not too happy that your party won, and that you become so disinterested in what happens in Parliament, you know. It doesn't give you the opportunity to do your best. And I, as a learner, which I must say the first timer, it was something that I feel I could have done things better than I did in Parliament. But I started having the feel of a good parliamentary period when we came back to power in 2016. 2016. Since that time, I have become very much engrossed with whatever is done in Parliament. I've always ensured that I attend my parliamentary duties, try to be present at all times, try to be present at my committee meetings. I've not actually taken my responsibility as a joke at all.
Okay.
Initially, I was from 2016 to 2020, I was the Deputy Environment, Science and Technology and Innovation Minister, Deputy Minister of State. If I find myself in the ministry, I make sure I do what it takes and ensure that my programs don't really clash with my parliamentary attendance. So I was performing both duties very well. I've actually enjoyed Parliament. My second term has been purely parliamentary activities. And I must say, that's also a totally different experience, because it puts you at the forefront of either chairing a committee or ensuring that you attend your committee responsibilities to pass what is right. Especially when we want to promote private members' bill. It has also given me the opportunity of looking at some issues which have not been tackled by the various sectors. And one of it is the spousal law. the spousal bill has been in Parliament over a long period of time, but each time it's presented on the floor, there are always flaws to to ensure that it's set aside for a period and it outlives its mandate or the term in which the parliamentary term ends. So, in general, I must say that Parliament has been very interesting. I was not surprised at all why, by dint of faith and dint of what I should say, favor, the favor of God, I've also been given the position of a deputy majority leader.
All right, so sorry for the technical glitch, but then the conversation continues. So, Honorable, tell us, what were some of the challenges you faced and what has been some of the achievements so far?
The challenges I faced?
Yes.
In my political life?
Yes, before you took over. What were some of the things they were facing?
I think initially, when I would say that my gender had always been brought to question by the men in politics. I quite remember somebody made an unsavory statement which attracted a number of women activists to condemn the statement that was made. You know, it used to be that women in politics were looked on like people who have a very bad lifestyle. And therefore, you find men making certain statements which were not acceptable. They feel by virtue of the fact that you're in politics or you are in a very favorable position, it means you have sold yourself sexually to a man to be in that position. And it's something that is so outrageous. Currently, I don't think that people place that much emphasis. They realize that they will be attacked. The men will be attacked if they make such statements or allude your position to be one of being given the opportunity because of a relationship you have with a man. And it's rather unfortunate that we should be thinking that way. And I think people are growing. And people are beginning to accept that what men can do, women can do, and can even do better. And therefore, there are certain statements that people cannot make on the women who put themselves out for political leadership. Yes.
Okay, so on the constituency level,
yes,
what has been some of the achievements too that you've chalked?
I think what I would say that is by the grace of God that I'm in that position, but His grace and mercies are so abundant. But one thing I've been endowed with is my relationship with people. And then secondly, I see myself as a servant more than a master. Okay. Yes, that's one of the things. But in my political life, especially in Asokwa, one of the things that I feel very proud about is the fact that I was one of the people who crafted the manifesto for Nanado's term in office, when he was bidding for the presidential position. And having been in Kumasi for 4 years, And having served as a chief executive of Kumasi, which is popularly called the mayor in some other jurisdiction, I realized that much as I wanted to do a lot for the people of Kumasi, I had limitations. My limitation was about finances. I had 10 constituencies under me. And it's a very broad area. I wish that I had the money to transform the city into what my dream was telling me. And I believe that Kumasi was so big that I achieved some level of it, because it was my idea that most of roundabouts, the garden city image returns to Kumasi. So I started putting plans in place to make sure that we rehabilitated very nice places. We have edifices that characterizes the city as Kumasi City. At a point when we had to host the 2008 soccer, I put Kumasi in the shape that everybody was, especially the visitors that came from various countries, could not believe that a city, an African city can be that clean, and things were orderly arranged. And having looked at that one, I realized that there's the need to make sure that some of the constituencies are turned into municipal assemblies. And rightly so, in the manifesto we proposed that Kumasi is too big, and because of that we cannot achieve certain level of development if we don't divide it, especially on constituency basis, into a municipality. By doing so, the municipality will have their budget, they will have their identity, and they can solicit for anything for the development of that municipality. And that is the luck that I wouldn't say, the idea that resonated well with the president, and ensure that when we came to power, he put it into execution as quickly as possible. And therefore, we became independent. Asokwa municipality was birthed. And by doing so, we have our own budget. By my experience at KMA, I know what to do to support and ensure which areas that should be developed. And one of the challenges that we were having was our road network. It was so bad that everybody was on the lookout for the development of the road network. Unfortunately, after Nanado's first term, we had not been able to execute the plan to redevelop our road network, which cost me a lot in the 2020 election, to the extent that our own organizer of our party became an independent candidate trying to fight against what I was doing. But to my surprise, I didn't understand why he was behaving that way, because I had always put across to my executive the plans that we have to redevelop our road network. So I was rather surprised that he could just fight and say that I'm not doing much to make sure our road network were improved. But I knew where I was with our development. So I personally went round and explained myself and told them, gave them update of where we have worked into, and that they should give me another chance to make sure that we were able to fix that, especially our major roads. And currently, I think I can pride myself to say that that has been done. And our square is looking much neater than you can imagine. But the issue is not just the trunk roads, but you're also looking at the community roads. But I believe strongly that once we have a municipality, we'll be able to prosecute the agenda of fixing our community roads, especially when the government has even further had a dream to supply 7 different equipment for road construction within the various municipal, metropolitan and district assemblies. We are going to have ours, and we want to ensure that we will fix our road network to perfection. So that is my dream, to ensure that the next term in office, I improve the community roads.
Okay, so apart from the road network, what other developmental projects have you embarked on?
Yes, one is on health.
Okay.
We have a so-called hospital at, we call it Kumasi South Hospital.
Okay.
And, you know, it started as something like a chip compound. It was just, how do you call that? Some clinic.
Okay.
But it has a very vast land for development in the future. But unfortunately, it was encroached. So when it was turned into a hospital, we had very few facilities. Like, I remember when I was at KMA, I had the opportunity to access some facility from the World Bank, and we were able to construct the mother and baby unit at the hospital. And it is one of the reasons why that hospital, the Kumasi South Hospital, is overcrowded with a lot of pregnant women, even to the position that it gets so overcrowded that people sleep on the floor. So when I became the MP, it was something I could not bear. So I immediately put my common fund into use and ensure that each time I'm giving my portion, I made sure I could construct 2 consulting rooms, 1 pharmaceutical room, store room, and some other space for them to be. Because when I came, the doctors were sitting among the patients, attending to them. It was only when I provided that facility that we were able to go in. And we have also been able, through the municipal assembly, to develop the emergency unit. We didn't have it. We didn't have the emergency unit, and people came in being rushed through. And it's interesting that in this southern part of Kumasi, it was, we were attending to people from Bosomtree, the neighboring constituencies. We're using that facility, even Oforikro, even though they had Tech Hospital. Some of them were coming that way. So it's been very difficult because that particular hospital, as we speak, that doesn't even have a mortuary.
Okay.
We don't have it. Our theaters are very few. It's not too good. So I was very elated that we were mentioned as one of the beneficiaries of the Agenda 111.
Okay.
But unfortunately, I couldn't secure a land of that 25 with the radius, the kilometer radius. Between 5 to 25 kilometer radius, that was required to put up that day. So it was taken out of us, and all that we're trying to do is to enhance the hospital. I'm sure when you went around, you saw a story building that is being constructed.
Yes, ongoing.
Yes, it's a maternity block that I'm trying to put up, a 40-bed maternity block with 2 delivery rooms, about 3 consulting rooms and all that, to bring it to speed. Unfortunately, it's been challenging because things have become very expensive and the project has stalled a bit. But we're still gradually positioning ourselves to look at that one. Through my intervention, with the KMA also built, because of the waste treatment around Uti and Kuwait. I don't know, that's what we call it. Yes, there is a clinic, hospital that I'll call it chip compound status that has been built for them because we didn't want them to move when at night when they are, and the road was so bad that even to travel on that road to even Kumasi South was a betting. But currently, because the road is fixed, they can be there. But we have that clinic for them, and it's been very useful. I bought them some, how do they call them, the lab equipment to ensure that when they come, they will be able to give them some test to identify exactly what is wrong with it. It was through that we observed that because of their water table, the sipping through of the waste, the people within that enclave developed a particular sickness called H. pylori or something.
And is it H. pylori?
H rather.
Yes,
yes.
H. pylori.
Yes. They were having that kind of disease, and it's a very dangerous one. Yes, because the water table is not right. So as we speak now, we have fought for them to be, it's a new settlement, even though it's been there for a while. But we call it is a developing settlement. We've now been able to get the water and sewage company to connect the actual main pipe into that community. As we speak now, they are trying so hard to pay and be connected on that line. And it is all through my initiative that they've been able to do that. And then with regards to school infrastructure, we have also done well on it. Through my intervention, we have in Chapatre, Dompasi, we built school Atonsu, which was also from GMPC and Ghana Gas and the GET Fund. I mean, I had to solicit for all the support from them because at Tonsu in particular, that is the only public school available. It's a very big compound, but have different phases of schools.
So like a cluster of schools?
Yes, that's what they call it. It's a cluster of schools. And it is also over there and about 7 other communities that I have managed to also set up computer labs for those basic schools.
Okay.
Yes, well finished, and I don't know whether you went to any of them.
Yes.
Did you go to Good Shepherd? Yes.
No, we went to, is it Dompase Eme.
Yeah, Dompase.
Went to that Tonsu school.
Yes.
Went to one Anglican school.
Yes.
Forgetting the exact location.
Yeah, well,
we went to Sherpa.
yes, we have about 7 or 8 of such communities. And it's through my own intervention that we were able to put up these things. Because it is a subject now which members must pass. And I needed to make sure that my schools are well equipped with those, because I don't want anybody to come with a stone to showcase, what do you call it, a mouse. So they need to have a real feel of what the computer is and what it can do for them. Okay. So these are also one, and then with water too, I have also been able to get almost every community some mechanized boreholes to make sure that in times when supply of water is short, they will have an alternative to deal with. We've also come up with some public toilets, both for schools and also for the communities.
Agogo North, and then they were appealing that they needed toilet facilities.
Yes,
there. So
the market.
Yes.
It's just the market.
Okay, yeah.
But they have always appealed, but it is availability of land. I have actually mentioned that if they can convince their chiefs to make a land available, because I don't know where I'm going to construct that toilet or bath or urinary, if I have to do it. Because it's, all development has been very difficult because of land issues.
Honorable, we went to Dompoase bus terminal.
Yes.
And they were complaining that, yes, you built a very nice space for them. However, there's another bus terminal on the other side, and all the passengers tend to go to that side to board the vehicles, and they are rendered, for lack of a better word, inactive. So they were also appealing to you that if you can ensure that these people also come and board their vehicles so that business will be brisk for them.
I really don't understand what they are thinking, their thoughts are. I really don't agree with them. Because, you see, the people that will board from there, I think they are only looking at one side of the story. That is, people who hail from Bosomtwe area and Bekwai area that will have to board from there. Because this one is very close to the market. So now we are even forced to build shops around that area to make sure that but we were approached by a group from Roman Hill that they could easily come and occupy that space and bring. But I don't know why that proposal was never accepted. If you don't start anything small, you can't get it going. How do you expect people? I don't know whether you took notice of where that market is and where this particular
terminal is.
Yes. You want everything to be moved to that terminal, and you expect people to walk to that terminal.
Yeah, it's quite a distance.
Yes, and that was the reason why I didn't allow that.
Other issue that sprang up was job creation.
Yeah.
So what are your plans towards?
I cannot create a job. You know that we are all creating jobs out of the good government policies and programs. When we talk about Agenda 111, we are talking about 111 hospitals. Will that not create jobs?
Yeah, it will.
When we talk about 1D, 1F, if we are able to continue and then progress this agenda, would that not create jobs? Would that not stabilize our currency? These are some of the things that people should know. As we speak now, somebody will tell you, now, I need my job now. But the government has a number of interventions. The government obviously cannot give jobs to everybody who comes out of school. And it is the major reason why the government is coming up with a program where you will be apprised, you will be availed with an initiative to do something for yourself. And it falls within the industrial sector, small and medium scale industry. It also falls within the agricultural sector and all other sectors where the private initiatives are. And it is even one of the more reasons why we are promoting, what do you call it? The TVET, to make sure that people can do what they want to do for themselves. And all these initiatives are there. They are not looking at how they can assess, but they want ready jobs, because they find it very difficult to start their own businesses. Which brings our mind to the fact that our educational system must be looked into again, because there should be an educational curricula that will ensure that when people come out of school, they can develop their own businesses and then prosecute it and earn something for a living. So these are some of the things. So I have been exposing them to the fact that if you want something, you have to make a move. Find out where you can get it, and we can assist. The government jobs are not available because, as we speak now, we are under the IMF program.
So why should the people of Asokwa vote for you again ahead of the December election polls?
I think it isn't even the issue of why they should. They know they have to. I think I've gained their confidence, and they believe that whatever, through my transparent dealing with them and my honesty with them, they believe that whatever I have informed them that I would do, I've been doing it. I've been honest enough for them to know exactly what we are prosecuting. So the people believe that I'm one person who can continue and develop the constituency for them.
Your final words to them?
My final words to them is that I always say that it is by the grace of God that I have been able to serve them for the 12 years. And God, at a point in time when everybody thought that there are some people crying that I should be changed, I've been too long on the seat and I have to change. That is where God proved to them that I have more job for my lady. So you should be given a second chance. I've been given another chance to contribute towards the development of Asoka. And I believe by the grace of God, I'm going to perform much better.
We are very thankful for having you on this show. So this has been Campaign Trail on GhanaWeb TV with me, Ernestina Sewa Asante, and our guest was the Member of Parliament for Asokwa Constituency, Patricia Appiagyei.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private,
Some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Hello everyone, my name is Dr. Florentia Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. As you're all aware, this month is Breast Cancer Awareness Month and we'll be bringing you daily tips on breast cancer. To start with, what is breast cancer? Breast cancer simply refers to cells in the breast growing out of control. There are 3 types of tissue in the breast made up by cells. They are the duct tissue, lobules, and connective tissue. Cells in any of these 3 types of tissue can grow out of control and cause breast cancer. Breast cancer does not stay in the breast. It can grow in other parts of the body and cause problems as well. Although breast cancer was the #1 most diagnosed cancer in women, it is no longer the #1 cause of cancer-related deaths in women, and this is because of early detection. That's why in this month, we encourage you to touch the boobs. That is, get to know what your breasts feel like regularly, so that when there are changes, you'll be able to detect very easily. Thank you for staying with us and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Dr. Samson Asala from the Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. On today's tips about breast cancer, we are going to talk about some Ghana statistics. In the year 2020, 1 in 3 Ghanaian women who were diagnosed with cancer had breast cancer at various stages. Of this number, 2,055 sadly died from complications arising from breast cancer. Breast cancer is treatable if detected early and interventions are put in place. Let us all join together to prevent needless death from breast cancer. Join us again tomorrow for another episode of Tips on Breast Cancer.
Welcome back to Daily Tips on Breast Cancer. My name is Dr. Mens Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Today, we'll be talking about symptoms of breast cancer. The first symptom is no symptom. Yes, a number of women diagnosed with breast cancer have absolutely no symptoms at all. No breast changes, nothing. Breast cancer is diagnosed in these women only at screening. That is why breast cancer screening is important. We'll discuss that in a later episode. The second symptom is lumps in your breast or in your armpit. These lumps are usually hard, ill-defined, and difficult to move around. They can also change the shape and size of your breast. If you notice a breast lump, kindly see your doctor because other conditions of the breast that are not cancer can give you lumps. That's all for today's episode. We'll see you tomorrow with more symptoms. Bye.
Nothing showed that there was something wrong with me. Even the day that I was told I'm suffering from end-stage kidney disease, I walked to the hospital, from the Kolebo entrance to the medical ward. It's quite a distance. Yeah. But I walked from the entrance
all by yourself?
Yes, all by myself. And from there, I was going back to school. So initially I was surprised that I didn't believe it.
Okay.
That no,
you were in denial.
that's not so. Yes, I was in the denial stage until the doctor told me to sit and wait for a nurse to come for me to the ward. I was like, okay, fine. I thought the nurse was just coming and say, "Oh, Philip, can we go?" But when the nurse came, she came with a wheelchair. And I was like, is this how pathetic my situation has become? And I was told the nurse that I can't walk. She said, no, my condition is such that she can't guarantee what will happen next if I should walk. And that was the turning point for me. Everything became gloomy. Everything became dark. It was just tears that was flowing. And that was when I had to actualize the whole situation.
In the last year or so, GhanaWeb has made health issues one of its major talking points. In this interview, we'll catch up with one of our guests from 2023, Philip Atara, who is a lecturer at UNIMAC, formerly Ghana Institute of Journalism. We'll catch up on his story because last year when we spoke to him, he was going through the process of dealing with kidney disease. Today, he's been able to successfully go through the transplant and is back. He's well and hearty. We want to catch up on his story. My name is Etiatisu. Welcome to this episode of The Lowdown here on GhanaWeb TV. Philip, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. Very good.
The last time we had a conversation with you, you were preparing to go to India. Is that the case?
Yes, please.
Okay, so we want to catch up on the story from there. Before you left, went to India, all the stories from there. First of all, when did you leave Ghana actually for that process?
I left Ghana on the dawn of 25th August 2023.
Okay.
Yes, through Ethiopia and then to India finally.
Okay.
14-hour journey, you know.
14-hour journey?
Yes.
At the time, you're still not very well. How was that journey for you, the flight to India?
Yes, it was great because I prepared towards it. I made sure I'd done my dialysis the day before,
Okay.
so that I wouldn't have to accumulate so much water on my legs.
Okay.
So I actually did all the medical tests that were necessary before I would embark on that journey.
Okay.
Yes. So I was declared fit actually before we left.
All right. Then you touched down in India.
Yes, the following day, that should be 26th of August. Yeah.
Okay. And so now, how was it like? Did you just get right into the medical procedure?
No. I took about 3 weeks before. So I was doing dialysis upon arrival.
Okay.
But I had my first consultation after 3 weeks.
Okay.
So it was after 3 weeks that the procedure actually started.
Okay, so 3 weeks you were just in the country, relaxed until you actually went for the first medical procedure?
Yes.
Okay.
So I was, the very day I got there, it was almost 12 a.m.
Okay.
So by the time we got to the hotel, it was about 1:30 because, India is a very big country. So from the airport to my hotel, it was about 1 hour, 30 minutes.
Okay.
Yes. So the next day, I had to go and then register with the hospital and then start with my dialysis.
Okay.
So I also had to wait for 3 weeks, partly because the donor joined me after 2 weeks.
Okay.
So we needed to consult together.
Okay.
So that's why I started a consultation after my 3rd week.
Right, so that means that the donor was a donor from here locally. Where was the person from?
Yes, I sourced the donor from here.
Okay.
And then he joined me after 2 weeks.
2 weeks?
Yes.
Okay. But first of all, when you were traveling, did you go alone?
No. I went with my fiancée.
Okay.
And then the donor joined.
Okay.
But when we got there, we actually realized that I should have traveled with a family member, and that the donor too should have come with either the wife or the mother or something else.
And did that in any way?
Yes, it is. That's in a way
it obstructed it. Oh, okay. So what, they eventually had to come?
No, we had to get affidavits
okay.
from here. That basically them agreeing or giving their consent to the surgery to take place.
But how was it that detail was missed out?
Yes, the issue is that most of the time the hospitals fail to tell you that you meet a legal committee.
Okay.
Yes, so they are in charge of the surgery, but permission is granted by the state. And the state's representative is a legal committee. So it's at that point that they request for the presence of these people, simply because they don't want you to engage in organ harvesting or non-related donation.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So now, 2 weeks after the donor joins you, you get around all these hurdles, the fact that you needed to have had people there, you get the affidavit done and all that.
Yes.
Walk us through the entire process. How long were you there? Did you experience any challenges at all, apart from this one you've mentioned?
Well, we face a lot of challenges, but also related to just this one issue.
Okay.
My doctors here were also not aware about the fact that India does not support non-related donor. When I say non-related donor, what I mean is that a donor who is not part of your family, blood.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So
that's a thing in India. You need to have a relative.
Exactly. To do the donation.
And this was lost on your doctors as well?
Yes.
Here.
Yes. So it was when we got to, we had spent a month in running the preliminary tests for the surgery. And then after the results came, we were asked to go and do a DNA test. So I inquired why they needed the DNA test, and that's where we got to know that if the person's DNA does not match with mine, there's no way they were going to go ahead with the
Because
surgery.
there are the issues of organ
Exactly.
harvesting,
Harvesting,
and okay.
Yes, and then some people also give their organs for monetary values.
Okay.
So that's one major thing actually made us to stop the process, think of a way out before, engaging with the hospitals again.
This was all outside the plan, the original plan.
It was.
What was the initial plan? How long did you anticipate you were going to be in?
Yes, they gave us 2 to 3 months.
Okay.
Yeah, so we prepared for the maximum, which was 3 months.
3 months?
Yes.
Okay.
But because of these issues, we spent about 8 months at the end of the day. Yes.
That means that the process started in August of 2023?
Yes.
Well into this year, 2024?
Yes.
April?
Yes.
So now you pause the process,
Mm-hmm.
get back to the drawing board.
Yes.
How did you get around all of that? Now, the person who was going to give you his organ was not your relative.
Yes.
How did you get around all of that?
It's more like a secret,
Okay.
because there are a lot of people involved. There are lawyers involved. There are agents involved, because at the end of the day, we had to push monies to some courtesans.
Okay.
Before we had it done. And that also meant that we changed about 4 hospitals.
Right there in India?
Yes, So a lot went into it, and it was all because of the ill information about this whole legal committee thing.
Did this in no way disturb you? Were you not worried that this would not have happened eventually? Mm-hmm. What were the things that were going through your mind all of this time that everything you had anticipated turned out otherwise?
Yes. I was greatly affected psychologically. It got to a time that I was even thinking that maybe it's not God's will for me to have this done.
And so the spiritual thinking.
Yes, it also came in because, you keep thinking about a lot of possibilities. That what could be the issue? Why is this happening now? Somewhere in December, when we had tried the second time and failed, we decided to come back to Ghana and then maybe have it done here. But the advice we had strongly was that no, we should stay and ensure that whatever thing that we have to do to get it done, we do it. Because this is coming from a source related to the Ghana embassy in India. They didn't trust the process being done in Ghana. And I also had a friend who had come here to do it at one of the newly, constructed government hospitals. I don't want to mention the name. Yes, but at the end of the day, when he was done, they got some tests wrong, which nearly, collapsed the new kidney until he traveled back to Australia. That's when they detected it and quickly had to rework on him. So the fear of not having a successful transplant in Ghana was very high. Thirdly, because we also came across one of the doctors who performed the Kolebu surgeries. Before I left, Kolebu had done some transplants. Yes. So the doctor who did that is also an Indian, and we met him, fortunately. And he told us about one of the patients who had an infection immediately after that because of Kolebu's environment not clean for such, surgeries. So all of these things gave us a reason to keep pushing. And moreover, we also said we are here for this. And I was thinking of what the sponsors will be thinking of, that you've wasted the resources, the funds that they gave to you, and I didn't want that to happen. So I had to keep on believing that definitely I'll get it done, while I also had to pull the strings alongside to ensure that I had it done.
Was your fiancée around this whole time?
Yes.
She didn't return?
No. None of us returned.
So even the donor?
No.
So the donor left everything he was doing just to...
Yes. And I think he is God sent.
Wow. You mean the 8 months?
Yes, true.
He left his family, he left his job.
His family, his job. He left everything.
You must have, you had some angels in your way, because for someone to have left everything for this long.
It's unbelievable. And anywhere I go, I always tell people that my donor was actually God sent, because under no normal circumstances will someone, leave their business and come and be with you for that long.
Now, you had sponsors, you had people who were praying with you and everything. You mentioned how at a point you had your own doubts, you had your own fears, even disappointing people who had invested into this. Were there other things that made you even more scared than just the process not going as it should have been? I'm talking about things like stories, experiences, and things like that. Did you experience any of such things?
Yes. Personally, because of the prolonged duration, I was admitted on 2 occasions. The first one was because I was bleeding through my urine and then fecal deposits. So, and it's continued for about more than 3 weeks. Urinating blood is common with kidney patients, but this time the color was so deep, and then it also went beyond. Normally 2-3 days you should be okay, but this time for about 3 weeks. So I had to be admitted for 2 nights, and then discharged later on at an extra cost, of course, of $2,000.
Wow.
And then the main thing, one day I went for dialysis, and about 30 minutes to the end of the procedure, the lights were not, I wasn't seeing the lights as I should see them. I mean the fluorescent bulbs, because the color had changed from white, that we all know, to more of multicolored.
That was you?
Yes.
Okay.
So I asked the donor at the time to take me off the machine. So they took me off. I went to check my weight and everything. But when we got down there and got into the cab, I was still feeling dizzy so much that I told them I don't want to go home because I don't know what the outcome will be. So they should return me. But before they even got to the emergency side, I had already gone off.
Okay.
Yes. So all I could hear voices, but I couldn't see the people. The whole place was dark for me. So according to those around, they had to run some tests, do some MRIs, because part of my body was not responding to stimulus. And because of that, I had to, they took me to ICU. The reason being that my BP had gone to about 270, and it didn't want to drop. So they were anticipating it might have an effect on my brain. Yeah, so they did a whole lot of things. But I recovered, or I began to see around 2 a.m.
That was hours after?
Yes. And then that was when I realized I was at the ICU. And I mean, the kind of things or the kind of patients at the ICU, the fact that people next to you are dying and all of that really scared me. Yeah, and I didn't recover from that, condition and the sights that I saw in that ICU until maybe just about 2 months ago. Yeah, I feared going to bed. I feared closing my eyes because I thought if I do, I may not, survive anymore.
We'll continue this shortly, and I would ask you about a few of the myths and some of the superstitions, stories we've heard around people who've had transplants before, and then also we'll get back to that conversation about how you used to fear even going to sleep. Because my guest is Philip Ataura. He's a lecturer at UNIMAC. We're talking about his experience going through a kidney transplant. We'll be back shortly. Welcome back from the break. My guest is still Philip Ataura. We're talking to him about the experiences going through a kidney transplant. Philip, you feared going to sleep.
Yeah.
And only about 2 months ago that you were able to recover from this.
Yeah.
Now, that experience was a scary one. You went into ICU for a while.
Yeah.
Then you were let go after you were okay.
Yes.
What continued? What was this? What happened after that?
So after that, when I was discharged, I think 2 days afterwards, we had to continue with the process.
Okay.
But I had to consult with a psychologist who placed me on a medication to help with the fear that I was having.
Okay.
Yeah. And I also became claustrophobic after that event. So any enclosed, space brought a lot of fear to me. Yes. That's because when I was placed in the MRI machine, I could hear the beeping of the machine and everything, but as I said, everything was still dark to me. And I felt there was this, force or pressure trying to, press me against the bed of the MRI. So because of that, I feared going into smaller rooms and then, rooms that don't have enough light. Yes. But after the medications and then some consultations here and there, I became okay. Yeah, I became okay.
You're talking about a lot of processes, a lot of procedures, a lot of changes, a lot of ups and downs.
Yeah.
This involved a lot of money.
Yes.
We're not talking about Ghana. You are in a foreign land. You had sponsors who were taking care of all of these.
Yes.
Where was all the support coming from?
Well, we generated about was it $62,000?
Okay.
Before I left.
Was that from the GoFundMe?
GoFundMe didn't fetch much. GoFundMe fetched at $1,780.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But
So where was the rest of the money from?
Yes, it came from GhanaWeb.
Okay.
UTAG, local UTAG. It came from administration as well. And then some also came from the student body, the various year groups and then classes. I mean, those present students. Yes. And then Azuri also played a major role. So we had some funds coming from other institutions and well-to-do individuals. Yes. So that's where majority of the funds came. And then my church also did a lot. Yeah. I think I receive about 20% of the funds from my church.
That's really good.
Yes.
That is a strong community of support people.
Yes.
All right. Now, Philip, let's take the conversation a little further to the point where you actually got through to the medical procedure, had the transplant done. Tell me quickly everything that went through, and then all the other experiences there.
Yeah. So finally, when we were given the green light from the government legal committee, we went to the hospital on Saturday about 5 p.m. for admission towards the surgery. We were there Sunday, just having fun, myself, the donor, and my fiancée.
What was your fiancée telling you around that time?
Around that time, in fact, the fear of having the surgery was not there, because already I've been through a lot and I was even tired. So I really was looking forward to it. And we're looking forward to it. So the Sunday, the surgery happened on a Tuesday.
Okay.
Yes. So Sunday, we were free. We took our meals. Monday, we took our last meals around 2 p.m. because we are not supposed to have food in you for about 24 hours before the surgery. Yes.
Okay.
So that Monday, a lot actually happened. The first thing was to go and have a neckline fixed here for administration of medications. And then that was around 2 p.m. At about 7 p.m., I went for my last dialysis session, which ended about 11 midnight.
So you still do dialysis when you are not eating?
Yes. And all the time I was still having my dialysis. All these 7 months that I was there, I was still having my dialysis until the surgery.
Was it cheaper there, by the way?
No.
More expensive?
Yes. Expensive because I was treated as an international patient.
Okay.
But for the locals over there, it's very cheap, less than 200 cedis.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, compared to what Ghanaians we pay here. That Kolebu, I think, is about 460 or so. Yes, but I was doing mine at a private hospital, so I was paying 860 per session.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So back to that Monday evening.
Yes. So I did my last dialysis at about 12 midnight.
Okay.
The nurses came again, and then they had to shave us. The whole of your body to the knee level. And then we had to bath with antiseptic soaps. Like, everything was now towards making sure you are clean without any bacteria. So they washed us, cleaned us, gave us the cloth that we were supposed to put on. And then I was in the bed for just 1 hour. They came for me at about 2 a.m. to the ward before the surgery. Yeah. So by 7 a.m., they had taken the donor in to take what they call the graft kidney. So they took the donor's kidney. By 8:30, they came for me to the OR.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the donor's procedure happened first?
Yes. That took about an hour and some minutes.
Okay.
Yes. And they came for me. I got into the OR at 8:35. Yes. But in the OR, they moved me from the bed onto the bench, what I'll call. So after that, I think they only asked me to, I stretched my arms like this because the bench has something like this that you place your arms on. Yeah. And they were having a conversation with me. Then I think the anesthetic brought the gas mask. I initially thought it was oxygen mask. That's also because he didn't tell me what it was. Yeah.
Was
So
it
the last thing I
intentional?
remember,
Was it
I don't
intentional?
know. I don't know. I never met him to ask afterwards. Yes. So all I remember was the marks getting closer to my face,
And that's all.
That was it. I recovered at about 4:30 p.m. Yeah.
Wow.
So it was an 8-hour thing. I was told the procedure itself took about 4.5 hours.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the rest of the hours you're still out until later?
Yes.
When you came around, what are the first things that you were thinking around?
Well, I asked questions.
Yes.
The first time the first question I asked was time.
Okay.
What's the time? They told me. The next thing was, where's my fiancé? And they told me she's around. And I asked about the donor, and they said he's fine. And then I went back to bed. I woke up again, and it was the night shift. The night shift guys had come in.
Okay.
So I only had to wait for the next day. So during the next day, I asked when I was going to see my fiancée, because at least she should know I'm okay. And I also wanted to know how far the donor is also doing. How well he's doing. But they didn't allow me because they said they don't want any infection from outside. Yes. So I was in isolation for, I think, almost 6 days.
Okay.
Yes. I left isolation at about 4 p.m. on the 6th day. Yeah.
So that's from Tuesday all through to the following, is it Sunday, Monday?
Yes. I think somewhere Sunday.
6 days, okay.
Yeah.
Now the process is done. You eventually leave isolation.
Yes.
How are you feeling?
Isolation is not easy. Isolation is not easy because it's, as I told you, the claustrophobia was still there, and it was a smaller room, and the lights were on throughout. There are no windows to the room. In fact, it's a room in a room, kind of, simply because they want to ensure that you don't have an infection, because the immune system has been stepped down so that my body doesn't fight the new kidney. So what it meant was that I was at my most vulnerable point, so any infection could be fatal. So isolation is not really a nice experience, coupled with the fact that you have to be in the same position for all these days. I only got to get up on the 3rd day, and I'm not somebody who is used to, being in bed. So the first 3 days were very terrible because of the back aches. The back aches, and I didn't feel like eating because there was enough IVs that were pumped into me. But I think after the 4th day, they introduced me to liquid food.
Okay.
Yes. Before I started solid after the 6th day.
8 months, long journey, many stories. You eventually are out of there. You eventually came back to Ghana in what, April?
Yes, I was in Ghana on 24th of April.
Okay.
Yeah.
And by this time, everything was okay. You had started experiencing different changes in your body and all of that.
Yes. So I think when I was discharged, I still had the how do they call it? The catheter, the drainage.
Okay.
With me, because it takes about 21 days for the water and other stuff to drain, the blood and other stuff to drain. And so I had to wait for that to finish draining. So they removed the drainage, and then also removed. I've even forgotten the name. But there was this tube, which was also fixed through to the bladder so that the way doesn't block. Because I wasn't urinating like through myself. I was connected to a tube for the urine as well. So I had to get that one too removed. So when we did all of that, we were left with just a week to return to Ghana. So quickly, I had to order for the medications. I ordered for 6 months medications at the cost of almost $1,700. Yeah. So after they delivered the medication, I think just a day after we came back to Ghana.
Yes. All right. And we're all happy that at least you're much better now. And I see that lately you've been doing some educative pieces on YouTube. You are sharing your stories.
Yes,
just quickly, why are you doing that?
I'm doing that because, people don't know about my case. When I say my case, I mean the polycystic kidney. Until I was involved with it, I didn't know that you could have a kidney failure as a result of hereditary factors. Because most of the time we are looking at what are you eating, what are you drinking, are you smoking, and all of that. So we often look at external factors. But little do people know that
there could be
other factors like hereditary. So that is why I am doing that. And also because I don't want people to find themselves in my situation. I would say that God has been good to me. I had a support system. Even with that, things are not easy because at the end of the day, I spent close to $100,000 in India due to the, prolonged stay, and then the fact that I needed to, pay my way out. I wonder how many people will be able
to do that
money.
So right now, are you surviving on one kidney or two?
One.
Just one?
Yes, that's the graft. Yes. My last test was, I think, a week and some days ago. The performance is now at 83.
Wow.
Yes. So at the time of the surgery, it was about 40 something. So it's now 83, means that it's picking up.
It's picking up?
Yes.
Philip, like I mentioned, well, happy that you are doing much better now. And thank you for sharing your story with us. We know there are lots more people out there. And as you've said, because you're sharing your story, you're hoping that people can also learn from that and ensure that they don't get into the similar situation that you are in. So thank you. We wish you even better recovery.
Thank you.
Thank you too for speaking to us. So Philip has been our guest. Philip Ataura, he's with Unimac GhanaWeb, and he's a lecturer here. We've just brought you the concluding part, as I will call it, on his story, because last year we brought you the first part before he emplaned to India and is back. Thank you for joining us. My name is Echiati. Remember to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Look for GhanaWeb TV, subscribe, like, and click on the notification button so that you're notified the next time we have a video up. Until another time, be kind to one another.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah. Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Hello everyone, my name is Dr. Patricia Appiagyei with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. As you're all aware, this month is Breast Cancer Awareness Month and we'll be bringing you daily tips on breast cancer. To start with, what is breast cancer? Breast cancer simply refers to cells in the breast growing out of control. There are 3 types of tissue in the breast made up by cells. They are the duct tissue, lobules, and connective tissue. Cells in any of these 3 types of tissue can grow out of control and cause breast cancer. Breast cancer does not stay in the breast. It can grow in other parts of the body and cause problems as well. Although breast cancer was the #1 most diagnosed cancer in women, it is no longer the #1 cause of cancer-related deaths in women, and this is because of early detection. That's why in this month, we encourage you to touch the boobs. That is, get to know what your breasts feel like regularly, so that when there are changes, you'll be able to detect very easily. Thank you for staying with us and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Dr. Samson Asala from the Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. On today's tips about breast cancer, we are going to talk about some Ghana statistics. In the year 2020, 1 in 3 Ghanaian women who were diagnosed with cancer had breast cancer at various stages. Of this number, 2,055 sadly died from complications arising from breast cancer. Breast cancer is treatable if detected early and interventions are put in place. Let us all join together to prevent needless death from breast cancer. Join us again tomorrow for another episode of Tips on Breast Cancer.
Welcome back to Daily Tips on Breast Cancer. My name is Dr. Mens Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Today, we'll be talking about symptoms of breast cancer. The first symptom is no symptom. Yes, a number of women diagnosed with breast cancer have absolutely no symptoms at all. No breast changes, nothing. Breast cancer is diagnosed in these women only at screening. That is why breast cancer screening is important. We'll discuss that in a later episode. The second symptom is lumps in your breast or in your armpit. These lumps are usually hard, ill-defined, and difficult to move around. They can also change the shape and size of your breast. If you notice a breast lump, kindly see your doctor because other conditions of the breast that are not cancer can give you lumps. That's all for today's episode. We'll see you tomorrow with more symptoms. Bye. Welcome back to Daily Tips on Breast Cancer. My name is Dr. Mens Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Yesterday we took a look at the first two symptoms of breast cancer, which are no symptoms at all and then a breast lump or a lump in your armpit. Today we are looking at more symptoms. The first symptom today is changes in the skin of the breast. These changes I'm talking about include reddening of the skin, thickening of the skin, swelling of the skin, and even wounds or sores on the skin. The next symptom is changes in the nipples. Most nipples point outwards. Some people have naturally inverted nipples. If you notice your nipples turning inwards recently, please see a doctor. It may be a sign of breast cancer. Also look out for ulceration of the nipples, that is sores around the nipples. And finally, any bloody nipple discharge is not normal. Please see a doctor as this may also be a symptom of breast cancer. To close, most of these symptoms also occur in diseases of the breast that are not cancerous. This is why it's extremely important that you report to a doctor when you pick any of them up. Thank you and see you in our next episode. Bye-bye.
Hello, Dr. Asala from Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center here. On today's episode on tips about breast cancer, we are going to talk about risk factors. Risk factors are things that put you at an increased chance of developing a disease such as breast cancer. Now, there are modifiable and non-modifiable risk factors. Modifiable risk factors are those risk factors that you can do something about. Examples when it comes to breast cancer include obesity, inadequate breastfeeding, harmful use of alcohol, tobacco use, and radiation exposure. Non-modifiable risk factors are those risk factors that you cannot do anything about. Examples include a family history of breast cancer, age greater than 40, female gender, early menarche, and late menopause. Join us tomorrow for another tip about breast cancer, and on the next episode we'll be talking about the non-modifiable risk factors for breast cancer. Hello, my name once again is Dr. Samson Asala from the Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Today on the tips about breast cancer, we are going to continue on risk factors. The last time we mentioned that there are two types of risk factors, modifiable and non-modifiable risk factors. Today we want to talk a bit more about the non-modifiable risk factors. Non-modifiable risk factors are risk factors you can do nothing about. Examples include a family history of cancer, starting your menses early, a late menopause, age greater than 40, and female sex. There's nothing you can do about these risk factors because that is just the way you are. However, it's important to note these because they put you at increased chance of getting breast cancer. It will surprise you to know that over 50% of women who develop breast cancer had only 2 risk factors. Those were age greater than 40 and female gender. Those are non-modifiable risk factors. So it is really important that all women above the age of 40 are screened for breast cancer. Thank you. Join us again next time for another episode on tips about breast cancer. Hello, Dr. Asala from Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center here. On today's episode on tips about breast cancer, we are going to talk about risk factors. Risk factors are things that put you at an increased chance of developing a disease such as breast cancer. Now, there are modifiable and non-modifiable risk factors. Modifiable risk factors are those risk factors that you can do something about. Examples when it comes to breast cancer include obesity, inadequate breastfeeding, harmful use of alcohol, tobacco use, and radiation exposure. Non-modifiable risk factors are those risk factors that you cannot do anything about. Examples include a family history of breast cancer, age greater than 40, female gender, early menarche, and late menopause. Join us tomorrow for another tip about breast cancer. And on the next episode, we'll be talking about the non-modifiable risk factors for breast cancer.
Honorable members, we will take item 3 on the order paper. Honorable members, National Pledge. Pursuant to Order 69, we shall proceed to recite the National Pledge. I promise on my honor
to be faithful and not honor my motherland. I pledge myself with all my
Thank you so much. Please resume your seats. Honorable members, I want to vary the order of business And we will take next item 6. Item 6 on the order paper, which is correction of votes and proceedings and official report. We shall commence with the correction of the votes and proceedings of the third sitting dated Thursday, 17th October 2024. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Yes, Honorable Member.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, item number 5 on page 9. Mr. Speaker, the statement made by the Honorable Minority, the Honorable Atufo, Mr. Speaker, was in respect of the fact that 4 members of Parliament whose names have been listed have breached Article 97(1)(g) and (h). It was not a mere allegation, Mr. Speaker. So the appearance of who were alleged to have been in breach, I believe that it does not reflect the true statement made by the member, because it was based on the statement that the Speaker proceeded to make, to give information that you gave to the House. The Speaker further, in indicating the names of the honorable members so named, their current situations and circumstances were clearly stated in the motion paper, so that, for instance, the first name, Peter Yaokwachi Aka, the NDC member for Amenfi Central, and now an independent candidate. Mr. Speaker, so the statement contained these clear facts, and therefore it's important that they reflect in the proceedings as captured for purposes of correction. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, Honorable Member for Medina.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I also want to draw your attention to the same item, the paragraph 5, the ending statement, which is majority caucus in inverted commas. Mr. Speaker, I think the true intention will be reflected there when we say that the minority caucus staged a walkout instead of a majority caucus in inverted commas. So if the correction can be made to reflect what was there. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Member Bolsa Saf. Is that okay? Yes, from the distance, I can't see. Honorable Member for, you are all right? Thank you, thank you. Table office, kindly take note of the comments made by the members. Please cross-check from the records and capture what is on the record of the House. Please, page 10. Page 11. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of the third sitting, dated Thursday, 17th October 2024, are adopted as the true record of proceedings. Honorable members, I don't have a copy of any of the official reports. So we'll proceed now to item 5, formal communication by the Speaker. Honorable members, as you may recall, on Thursday, I informed the House, pursuant to Standing Order 18 of the Standing Orders of Parliament, on the occurrence of vacancies in the House in relation to 4 honorable members. Yesterday, I received a process from the Supreme Court, which is a ruling from the Supreme Court pursuant to an ex parte application directing Parliament to recognize and allow the 4 affected members of Parliament to duly represent their constituents and conduct full scope of duties of their offices as members of Parliament pending the final determination of a suit filed by Honorable Alexander Afenyo-Markin. By Article 102 of the Constitution, 1992, and Order 64.1 of the Standing Orders of Parliament, I note that we currently have a quorum to transact business, but not to take decisions. I want to read the said Article 102 of the Constitution. It reads, a quorum of Parliament, apart from the person presiding, shall be 1/3 of all the members of Parliament. As presently constituted, the numbers definitely is far above 1/3 of the members of Parliament. But by Article 104, the numbers are not sufficient for us to take decisions. And I'll quote Article 104. Article 104.1 says, except as otherwise provided in this Constitution, Matters in Parliament shall be determined by the votes of the majority of members present and voting, with at least half of all the members of Parliament present. Honorable members, we don't have at least half of all the members of Parliament present. Consequently, in view of the current circumstances, the fact that there is a question on the composition and constitution of Parliament, and having regard to the public interest and the exigencies of the state of affairs in Parliament, I will proceed to, in accordance with Standing Orders 59, adjourn the House indefinitely. That is sine die. I want to quote Standing Orders 59:1. It says, the Speaker may, in consultation with leadership, suspend a meeting of the House indefinitely or for a period determined by the Speaker, having regard to the public interest and the exigencies of the state of affairs in the country. Honorable members, I have consulted leadership, and I am exercising my discretion to decide to suspend the meeting of the House indefinitely. The House is accordingly adjourned sine die.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis, as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Hello everyone, my name is Dr. Florentia Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. As you're all aware, this month is Breast Cancer Awareness Month and we'll be bringing you daily tips on breast cancer. To start with, what is breast cancer? Breast cancer simply refers to cells in the breast growing out of control. There are 3 types of tissue in the breast made up by cells. They are the duct tissue, lobules, and connective tissue. Cells in any of these 3 types of tissue can grow out of control and cause breast cancer. Breast cancer does not stay in the breast. It can grow in other parts of the body and cause problems as well. Although breast cancer was the #1 most diagnosed cancer in women, it is no longer the #1 cause of cancer-related deaths in women, and this is because of early detection. That's why in this month, we encourage you to touch the boobs. That is, get to know what your breasts feel like regularly, so that when there are changes, you'll be able to detect very easily. Thank you for staying with us and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Dr. Samson Asala from the Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. On today's tips about breast cancer, we are going to talk about some Ghana statistics. In the year 2020, 1 in 3 Ghanaian women who were diagnosed with cancer had breast cancer at various stages. Of this number, 2,055 sadly died from complications arising from breast cancer. Breast cancer is treatable if detected early and interventions are put in place. Let us all join together to prevent needless death from breast cancer. Join us again tomorrow for another episode of Tips on Breast Cancer.
Welcome back to Daily Tips on Breast Cancer. My name is Dr. Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Today, we'll be talking about symptoms of breast cancer. The first symptom is no symptom. Yes, a number of women diagnosed with breast cancer have absolutely no symptoms at all. No breast changes, nothing. Breast cancer is diagnosed in these women only at screening. That is why breast cancer screening is important. We'll discuss that in a later episode. The second symptom is lumps in your breast or in your armpit. These lumps are usually hard, ill-defined, and difficult to move around. They can also change the shape and size of your breast. If you notice a breast lump, kindly see your doctor because other conditions of the breast that are not cancer can give you lumps. That's all for today's episode. We'll see you tomorrow with more symptoms. Bye. Welcome back to Daily Tips on Breast Cancer. My name is Dr. Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Yesterday we took a look at the first 2 symptoms of breast cancer, which are no symptoms at all and then a breast lump or a lump in your armpit. Today we are looking at more symptoms. The first symptom today is changes in the skin of the breast. These changes I'm talking about include reddening of the skin, thickening of the skin, swelling of the skin, and even wounds or sores on the skin. The next symptom is changes in the nipples. Most nipples point outwards. Some people have naturally inverted nipples. If you notice your nipples turning inwards recently, please see a doctor. It may be a sign of breast cancer. Also look out for ulceration of the nipples. That is sores around the nipples. And finally, Any bloody nipple discharge is not normal. Please see a doctor, as this may also be a symptom of breast cancer. To close, most of these symptoms also occur in diseases of the breast that are not cancerous. This is why it's extremely important that you report to a doctor when you pick any of them up. Thank you and see you in our next episode. Bye-bye.
Hello, Dr. Asala from Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center here. On today's episode on tips about breast cancer, we are going to talk about risk factors. Risk factors are things that put you at an increased chance of developing a disease such as breast cancer. Now, there are modifiable and non-modifiable risk factors. Modifiable risk factors are those risk factors that you can do something about. Examples when it comes to breast cancer include obesity, inadequate breastfeeding, harmful use of alcohol, tobacco use, and radiation exposure. Non-modifiable risk factors are those risk factors that you cannot do anything about. Examples include a family history of breast cancer, age greater than 40, female gender, early menarche, and late menopause. Join us tomorrow for another tip about breast cancer. And on the next episode, we'll be talking about the non-modifiable risk factors for breast cancer. Hello, my name once again is Dr. Samson Asala from the Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Today on the tips about breast cancer, we are going to continue on risk factors. The last time we mentioned that there are two types of risk factors, modifiable and non-modifiable risk factors. Today we want to talk a bit more about the non-modifiable risk factors. Non-modifiable risk factors are risk factors you can do nothing about. Examples include a family history of cancer, starting your menses early, a late menopause, age greater than 40, and female sex. There's nothing you can do about these risk factors because that is just the way you are. However, it's important to note these because they put you at increased chance of getting breast cancer. It will surprise you to know that over 50% of women who develop breast cancer had only two risk factors. Those were age greater than 40 and female gender. Those are non-modifiable risk factors. So it is really important that all women above the age of 40 are screened for breast cancer. Thank you. Join us again next time for another episode on tips about breast cancer.
For years, authorities have looked on as galamsey ravage the forests, destroy water bodies, and displace several communities. But there is a sudden twist to this, as several communities, awakened by the glaring and devastating effects of galamsey, have taken matters into their own hands. From demonstrations to personal initiatives, these communities are harnessing the collective power of the people and fighting a David and Goliath battle to protect their lands which they hold in trust for the past, present, and future generations. This story explores the inspiring journeys of communities bent on winning the fight against galamsey. Here is Atuna, and this is their galamsey story.
4 years, some communities in the Bono region have mounted a strong and spirited resistance against illegal mining, or galamsey, a notorious activity that has destroyed several communities, leading to the biodiversity loss, land degradation, and loss of farmland, reducing the potential for agriculture and threatening food security. This spirited community-led resistance, edged on courageous protests, demonstrations, and grassroots initiatives, continues to gain momentum as both residents and their local leaders work hand in hand to ward off galamseyers, who are seen as potential threats to the region's water bodies, farmlands, and forest cover. At the forefront of this community-led resistance is a border community called Atuna, a major cocoa, cashew, and food hub in the Jamai South municipality of the Bono region, where the chiefs and people have declared the area as a no galamsey zone, because to them, the fight against galamsey is not just an environmental issue, but a matter of economic survival for the residents, who are predominantly farmers, whose way of life will directly be threatened by illegal miners in their lure for gold. Nana Brago Kane II, the Queen Mother of Atuna, and a key figure in the community-led resistance, provides an insight into the successful revolution against galamsey. Nana Brago Kane II recounted some of the challenges they endured to ward off the galamseyers, considering the powerful people in the galamsey industry, but they persevered and won the battle. She added that the community has resolved not to allow galamsey on the lands now and in the future in the interest of the people due to the negative impact of galamsey. The Mrantieni of Atuna, Nana Salifo Amini Ampon Kumi, who attributed the success of this resistance to the support of the youth in the community, commended them for their unwavering support. A youth in the community, Akwan George, also narrated the role the youth played in the resistance.
Galamsey for abomonai so say say omutu galamsey ewo yekrum ha na omohwe yekrum ha galamsey e gold wo ha pa na abaya mo kwan se omra metu ti nananom frɛ ye mu binom ma ye koe na ekohia nananom bi se omo se omojetum omo ka se da bi omonyentum na ye mabunu no ye da achenti yesusu ye nkasa na omo so enti ma ye ka che nanan se benhwe ye koko benhwe ye kashu behwe ye duane atosode noma de ye nya frikrum ha nko apo osonye bo nti ma ye ni galamsey nachi na china nchima emeka no me semfa wu yeso abra na nananom ni ho abra yesusu ye anyini nti ye kan ye no no kra nyame nim ni nananom te ase still ana ba no mo ba me amegina ha yi sika omode abre me amama hu bi me hu bi o me life mda but o mo ba sika no so do mo de be kirew opene so a je ompene so a o me encourage say be cheche no mo bebre but in all no yante ase ma yakobodwa ama aye mineral commissions for ba ha mo be bodwa hia kro no nyina ye ka kire o mo say anya de bi say ye beti ase ne ati ase da abanzo ope cashew ope cocoa ope nuane ni nyina bi wo ha nti ye be ma onu mu ma yeren aso ye ni my brother me ka kire wa free ye Atuna ha yeti border no free akopim sunwan the whole of this Bono region ope kura o produce cocoa pa ya Atuna mo pa mo kwa mo ko search nhwe kura produce aduane cocoa cashew ayatuna na in ono ye mabunu na yesi so yesi ye ntiase na yesi agina ye no so no agina ye tuo no de e ba so kama na nanom tai yachi se biti ye kroma no kase adwumani a oboa oye kwadworo isane se ye nuanom siremfo sabi omo afri north abaha abagin sase adrofo a nei omo koko cashew ni nuane bebre ni babunu betena ha a obeka ko anaka ko babi se adwumani kroma no no ompa adwuma yo ompeku adwuma yeso ye die na nanom saso de wan na adwon so obekọ school de na nanom bada woroma ye boa ma ne ko de wa wantumi anko so de ku adwuma no kese wo hwa obeyo de de nyina ne se ye tima fight bepom sabre abane nto ayeso ye ninze babi bebre wo ho abane de osiano odi tuo ne nseka ne noma a wako de a osiano ondinziano da ye krum hade never on this earth se bi betimasi ene ye ka se galamsey fo baba ye be hata ye ho se kete ni ya dabo ntinim beba na excavators nim vidie wodo a bre bere betu galamsey no na je se ya dawo na ba fan so no be kuye nyina wie dia abane mfa kru no na onye de obeye se oye se aso na ro be boana onye ndi galamsey ho asem na galamsey issue de ye tu na haide me ngwaku jami ko de me mre ye ne mabusiafo ye ne nananom ye ne namfo ye ne bia busia no nyina kiremu a atuna dom mrante ne mayo ase ye mpreso ne mpreso kina ndi ya fight up nsabiri ndi galamsey de e maso sense koko wa kashu wa nua no wa bibia wa de ye pen brama ye hom ne ye pen saa ye zo ye nya ne ye pen saa ti abane so omeso ya so no moaye na de ye pen no oma ye nyuma na ye mu binoma sebi baye badwene se bede sebi ko galamsey ne be boa be no na watima ye den watima asasa badwene firi ho ye da mas nyame hyiram.
On his part, the chief of Atuna, Nana Appiagyei II, appealed to the government to give the people of Atuna the fair share of the national cake, considering the feat they have been able to achieve in the galamsey fight. The assembly member for the Atuna electoral area, Yeboah Lawrence, alleged that several attempts were made to compromise him, but he rejected those offers in the interests of the community.
During the fight, it's not easy for us. You see, as a you fight against those who have the amenities or the ammunitions. It's not easy. In your soldiers, in your opinion leaders, so easy mind. But the boys in organization, we organize ourselves very well. That's the important thing for every community. We organize ourselves. So organization, we give them the profit or the effective profit in it is saying the bejiskano, the BDA we watch now. But if effect huge. Your plan is as a youth, your toward doors. We need committee, municipal assembly, no, many MC, across several tasks. See who's adding now because of semi assemblymen, no access to security, and district police commander. There's no money in Akasa. And any hint better than you call them, no more. But may advise Ghana for say. ABI Becca side be an arbitrary. Oh, Winyeska, but Maminka Cemetery. The Ewoma and your panese community no, for baby beba or more free baby or more on young for papa because we young for baby from Bepisca. 2. Community no, Yare beba. And as Sikana Yakano, that illegal mining no, a black, Obinima may come, many be a interview, a black, and idea. Intia baby yes I didn't wo kunkum and a mercury na use and also so and He
indicated that they have instituted community-based measures to protect their lands and urge other communities to emulate the people of Atuna if they want to defeat galamsey.
Task force, many committee, many youth leader, many district assembly, and municipal assembly, including district commander. They may catch a T4 voting and say, a best ramping for Sadin Edi Ghanaian, a sensu and sua, Ghana, ye new future. Ye plan a ya fase, yati committee, but be a cost to be a Monte committee, you bit me si Sadin no quine. And this I soldier for no bar, or more penny for a tertiary. You can't hubuma organization, and I say, creation, a bit me a my fatty for galamsey. Say Omoba, near my head, Cassa Bayama, a doors in the old, and she said 1 minute. One, me say, Omo Frame, almost your member Pradu, on better than what Asokwa. And he may name Bush almost say, and he sat down in the side, you better my community member Pia. Now going forward, and Chiliman, you better talk, Sadana Mom, and your more breaky, or more by 2 times. And he a forces at Tuda. Ubenyan crofom bedtime, but a soft shape nipa now on your motino. Now shed that in Chirimano. And then a bit media fighting and easy because it will be covered by Usru and whatever be our own auntie and Najo. God wouldn't need the only panity, Mokaya want to know. Tino and easy. They say, or more bad if the bad Miss Kelly's cat to catch them and pay Muska. Because community no your pet, your pediabity, they be a pediabity. And Tino idea and that form.
Some farmers share their views on the importance of the anti-galamsey stance being championed by the community.
Yeah, no matter what you put out there, the man who, and the next time I can see so galamsey, young person be the back room and say, so I hate you so, you have a baby brewer. Galamsey, I say so, until you had a young Tiasi and maybe Maha, as you cocoa the brew, ever, until you have the cocoa by galamsey, can or Mother Mawa, who baby say, ba koko so de ye benya so mfaso manana so benya so mfaso nti atuna de ya nti ase ma galamsey e mesa ya sa ase ne yensuo no
de ya ase nti ase ne se galamsey scan e di pasisi ya nti mi mebi na koko so de afipia woni biate e de ahwe wo school de woni padua so de bia bobla e nti ase
the entire season, ye to coin kakra, ye taco, vacancies, said a man cano, a fire shanty, ya metaco, Nema mention, Jacobuya, Amanse Central. Ye qua quiet for soon, Seba sense, I say. Emma, how you to know, they see, in fact, Babu, made a make us a babu, dam, aha, Sanam de Nuhuno. They say, young person, you couldn't have no so bayasa. Emma, ye have benefited in your free. Numa. In fact, the whole year, bit my basse, cocoon being free, Biano so cry, 10 beer over here, Sika, every Biano Hono. You are okwa, it's a red Macquan galamsey for to see the sense as na, a recassa 1 day shoe, Yagis Sicana, a Finuna, a Bediscano. Then Cassa, the Edbayan Livia, you bring a food beer fever, beer dim, aha. They say, I think I was not the much cram I have from Mabu. Diana is some cuckoo nase, aha, by you to buy the back man, catch or say, by the way, if you a coffee ma, Obacase, say, yes, a while do one year one cabacas and Yanakure. It means a galamsey, dear. Good, no, a month for say, a disicabadi and a media, near me had in share that because never panum the pants would be never panum by the cuckoo in a share. This answer him really say, Baba who cocoon for so and so sabi, Cecil had the damage ya, more than a take up on a fancy. Bag Lanasa, tea bag 3,000, and maybe 3,000, I say, even 2,000 krana in so a bit more Bama Mamma, maybe tea. Galamsey, Metase, Infasubu or so, and made a messy Pacose who would be in this to say, as a galamsey.
The people have risen and spoken in clear language, and gradually the tide is turning. Ghana's galamsey epidemic will not be conquered overnight, but the seeds of change have been sown in Atuna and several other communities in the Bono region. These communities are standing tall and have demonstrated that the power to shape their communities lies in their hands. Yes, that is people's power. This is the new narrative, which will be etched in our collective memory forever. From Atuna, in the GhanaWeb municipality of the Bono region, I am Abajado Frank, GhanaWeb.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Hello everyone, my name is Dr. Florentia Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. As you're all aware, this month is Breast Cancer Awareness Month and we'll be bringing you daily tips on breast cancer. To start with, what is breast cancer? Breast cancer simply refers to cells in the breast growing out of control. There are 3 types of tissue in the breast made up by cells. They are the duct tissue, lobules, and connective tissue. Cells in any of these 3 types of tissue can grow out of control and cause breast cancer. Breast cancer does not stay in the breast. It can grow in other parts of the body and cause problems as well. Although breast cancer was the #1 most diagnosed cancer in women, it is no longer the #1 cause of cancer-related deaths in women, and this is because of early detection. That's why in this month, we encourage you to touch the boobs. That is, get to know what your breasts feel like regularly, so that when there are changes, you'll be able to detect very easily. Thank you for staying with us and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
My name is Dr. Samson Asala from the Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. On today's tips about breast cancer, we are going to talk about some Ghana statistics. In the year 2020, 1 in 3 Ghanaian women who were diagnosed with cancer had breast cancer at various stages. Of this number, 2,055 sadly died from complications arising from breast cancer. Breast cancer is treatable if detected early and interventions are put in place. Let us all join together to prevent needless death from breast cancer. Join us again tomorrow for another episode of Tips on Breast Cancer.
Welcome back to Daily Tips on Breast Cancer. My name is Dr. Mens Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Today, we'll be talking about symptoms of breast cancer. The first symptom is no symptom. Yes, a number of women diagnosed with breast cancer have absolutely no symptoms at all. No breast changes, nothing. Breast cancer is diagnosed in these women only at screening. That is why breast cancer screening is important. We'll discuss that in a later episode. The second symptom is lumps in your breast or in your armpit. These lumps are usually hard, ill-defined, and difficult to move around. They can also change the shape and size of your breast. If you notice a breast lump, kindly see your doctor because other conditions of the breast that are not cancer can give you lumps. That's all for today's episode. We'll see you tomorrow with more symptoms. Bye. Welcome back to Daily Tips on Breast Cancer. My name is Dr. Mens Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Yesterday we took a look at the first 2 symptoms of breast cancer, which are no symptoms at all and then a breast lump or a lump in your armpit. Today you're looking at more symptoms. The first symptom today is changes in the skin of the breast. These changes I'm talking about include reddening of the skin, thickening of the skin, swelling of the skin, and even wounds or sores on the skin. The next symptom is changes in the nipples. Most nipples point outwards. Some people have naturally inverted nipples. If you notice your nipples turning inwards recently, please see a doctor. It may be a sign of breast cancer. Also look out for ulceration of the nipples. That is sores around the nipples. And finally, any bloody nipple discharge is not normal. Please see a doctor as this may also be a symptom of breast cancer. To close, most of these symptoms also occur in diseases of the breast that are not cancerous. This is why it's extremely important that you report to a doctor when you pick any of them up. Thank you and see you in our next episode. Bye-bye.
Hello, Dr. Asala from Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center here. On today's episode on tips about breast cancer, we are going to talk about risk factors. Risk factors are things that put you at an increased chance of developing a disease such as breast cancer. Now, there are modifiable and non-modifiable risk factors. Modifiable risk factors are those risk factors that you can do something about. Examples when it comes to breast cancer include obesity, inadequate breastfeeding, harmful use of alcohol, tobacco use, and radiation exposure. Non-modifiable risk factors are those risk factors that you cannot do anything about. Examples include a family history of breast cancer, age greater than 40, female gender, early menarche, and late menopause. Join us tomorrow for another tip about breast cancer. And on the next episode, we'll be talking about the non-modifiable risk factors for breast cancer. Hello, my name once again is Dr. Samson Asala from the Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Today on the tips about breast cancer, we are going to continue on risk factors. The last time we mentioned that there are two types of risk factors, modifiable and non-modifiable risk factors. Today, we want to talk a bit more about the non-modifiable risk factors. Non-modifiable risk factors are risk factors we can do nothing about. Examples include a family history of cancer, starting your menses early, a late menopause, age greater than 40, and female sex. There's nothing you can do about these risk factors because that is just the way you are. However, it's important to note these because they put you at increased chance of getting breast cancer. It will surprise you to know that over 50% of women who develop breast cancer had only two risk factors. Those were age greater than 40 and female gender. Those are non-modifiable risk factors. So it is really important that all women above the age of 40 are screened for breast cancer. Thank you. Join us again next time for another episode on tips about breast cancer.
Hello and thanks for joining us for this special episode of Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantipa, and today on the show we have a very special guest. He is an actor, a voiceover artist, illustrator, graphic designer. In fact, I read that he's a lover of music and theater, everything acting. We'll find out more about this very personality who has been on so many stages, putting smiles on the faces of the audience, everyone that, goes to the theater to watch him. My guest today is Andrew Tandoh-Adote. Big boss, thanks for joining us.
It's a pleasure to be here, Mr. Abrantipa.
How is everything?
All is well.
The last time I saw you on stage was doing George Quay's production.
Which one?
That was the Gods Are Not to Blame.
Oh, yeah.
Has there been another after that?
Yeah, they recently did Legend of Akusika.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that has been the last play that Image Bureau and April Communications have put out.
Right. What was your role in that?
I played the role of the sage. Those of you who are familiar with the play, the sage is the being that comes to serve as sort of the narrator of the play. And George and I came up with the idea of splitting the sage into two. So traditionally, the role has been played as a single male character, but they decided to change the character into one character with a male and female component. So we had two characters, myself and one great actress, Gadadese Gwefia, who played the female part of the sage. I played the male part of the sage. So we delivered the lines in a flowing fashion, and we had some dance choreographies as part of it. It was fun.
Looking at the roles that you've played, I guess that was not challenging enough for you, was it?
That particular role?
That particular role.
I think I mean, different plays challenge you in different ways. Was it challenging in the ways that I'm used to? No, but in the ways that I wasn't used to, it was challenging. I mean, I wasn't used to the dance choreography kind of thing. It's not something I normally do. I'm not a dancer, and the role involved a lot of movement and a lot of dance-like, you know, choreography. So, in that sense, yeah, it was challenging to try to make myself look like I've been a dancer for years, but I'm not.
You have been in so many productions. Which one would you say was the most challenging role for you?
No, there's a bunch of them. Unfortunately, I can't single out one. But if I was to say, there was one play we did in Riverman many years ago that I found quite challenging. It was the Riverman take on the characters switching bodies. So a husband and wife are arguing in the house, and then one day a being comes and says, the two of you are always arguing, so I'm going to exchange your souls. So your husband, your spirit will enter your wife's body, wife, your spirit will enter your husband's body, and both of you will live as each other and see how it's like to be each other. Maybe you'll understand each other, basically. So I was the husband whose wife's spirit entered him, and whose spirit entered his wife. And I had to play the role of a woman trapped in a man's body. And yeah, I always remember that role as one of my most challenging. To this day, I'm not sure if I got it quite right. The next one that jumps out at me would be a play we did called Nicholas, where we told the story of the life of Archbishop Duncan Williams. And Uncle Ebo asked me to play the Archbishop, which I found very daunting because I looked nothing like him. So trying to embody that character was a bit of a challenge. So, and then of course, the one I just did, as King Odewale, The Gods Are Not to Blame. Yeah. The Gods Are Not to Blame, I've been preparing for that play for a very long time because Riverman is not the first theater group I joined. I joined a group before that, somewhere in 2005, 2006. And that was the play they were rehearsing when I joined the group. And I understudied King Odewale. But I never got to play the character. And it pained me because I was very eager. I had gotten bitten by the theater bug and I was very eager to prove myself. But the opportunity never came. And then all these years later, the same play landed on my lap again. So it was a challenge I had been looking forward to for a long time. So if you put me on the spot, I would say these three plays that I've mentioned were the most challenging.
How was the experience when you got a script to act or play the role of Odewale, considering that you yearned to play that role years back?
Yeah, I mean, I'd even forgotten that I had done it and I had lost the opportunity many years ago. I had forgotten. It wasn't until we were reading through the play and I realized that the words seemed familiar. Then all of a sudden, all those memories came rushing back. So when I remembered everything, my determination, I just felt this fire inside me, like God has brought this opportunity back to me. So I was fired up. The whole play, I was fired up. I think I finished learning most of my lines before we started rehearsals because I was that eager to really nail it. So yeah, I was fired up.
How did you get into this theater business? How did it all start?
It was a feeling. Like I said before we started rolling, theater has never really been... I wasn't one of those kids that was always performing and always acting and doing those things. You know, if you had known me from my childhood, you would have said, oh, this guy will do something in visual arts because I could draw and I could paint and all that. But they would have never thought, even in secondary school, they would have never thought I would have gone into acting because I did not look like the type. I wasn't the outgoing, dramatic type by any stretch of the imagination. You know, so even with me, when I look back, I find it very interesting that something everybody says I can do so well, I was never interested until after secondary school, you know. Yeah, so how I got into it, I got the opportunity to travel abroad. I went to Malaysia for an exchange program. I don't know exactly who I spoke to or what experience I had with who that had me coming back wanting to explore my creative side and seeing what I can do to earn a living from it. But all I know is I came back with that desire to do things. So when I came back, I immediately began looking for opportunities to do voiceovers because I'd been told I had a nice voice. So it had been at the back of my mind that, oh, I can do voiceovers. So at the time, my big sister worked at City FM. I was friends with Jessica, who also used to work there. And I spoke to her. I went to Jessica and said, they say I have a nice voice, so I want to do voiceover. And she was like, okay, you know, my very first voiceover job and my first referral to another person for voiceover.
But you knew you had a good voice.
I'd been told.
You didn't know?
I didn't know, but I'd been told I had a nice voice. So after that, well, the person I went to, the person she referred me to, asked me if I could do storyboards. Storyboards are the terms they use for drawing, pre-conceptualizing whatever, whether it's an advert or a movie or whatever. I knew I could draw, but I didn't know what a storyboard was. So when he asked me, I could tell, okay, it has something to do with drawing. So I said I can do it. So he said, okay, he'll meet me later. I went quickly, did research on storyboards. I said, okay, simple enough. Came back and started doing storyboards. So now I was doing advertising and voiceovers and storyboards for a long time. That's what I was using to make money. Of course, the illustrations. And then after, you know, I also went to meet Uncle Eboy for the second time. I had met him earlier, but not officially, you know. So I met him again, and you know, I went to see him because I could draw. I knew he had a magazine, so maybe he can pay me to do drawings for him. So I went to meet him. The deal went through, and I started doing illustrations also. So I had voiceovers, storyboards, and then illustrations that I was doing for quite a while. And then after a few months, he tells me, what else do I do? And at that time, I had just joined the theater group at the Arts Center. So I told him I do some acting. And he said, okay, I'm working on something. When I finish, I'll call you. When I'm ready, I'll call you. I mean, at the time, he was working on Roverman. Roverman, nobody knew what Roverman was. So when he was ready with the very first play, Unhappy Wives, Confused Husbands, he gave me a call to come in and audition. And then the rest is history. So that's kind of how my life started, you know, taking all these paths. When I came back from Malaysia, I had that desire to use what I felt God had given me. And I've been on that path ever since.
You have been in many Uncle Eboy's productions. How has the experience been?
When I joined Uncle Ebo, Roverman, I was at a stage in my life where, you know, I was lost and searching for purpose, searching for grounding, you know, searching for wisdom, you know, and anything that can help me make sense of the world around me or make sense of myself. And meeting him has really helped me learn a lot about myself, a lot about my craft, a lot about people, and a lot about being an effective person in the world, being useful to the people around you, humility, patience, learning to work with people. I can say almost every people skill I have learned, almost everything that I am praised for by the people who work with me, I learned from him, either through his talks with us or his watching him interact with people and work with people, you know. So Roverman was I can say with all confidence that it has been in that, as fate would have it, unfortunately, the powers that be thought I would be a much better I'd be much useful to the world as a performer.
So, is it because you didn't like maths solely? That's the reason.
I wouldn't say I didn't like maths. I think for at least my generation, mathematics was there was a bit of negativity surrounding mathematics, and it was made to look like this thing that was so scary and so complicated and so highbrow that if you are dumb, you won't be able to get it, you know. So for a lot of us, we developed a negative attitude towards mathematics because of that. And yes, unless you are naturally inclined to numbers and things like that. I was more creative, visual, and all those things. But I truly believe that if I had been nurtured in an environment that didn't make mathematics look that way. I mean, in school, you do mental and they beat you and things like that. So from an early age, you develop a very negative perception, subconscious negative perception towards mathematics and science. So you end up telling yourself it's something you don't want to do, and that kind of, it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. I think looking back, that's what I went through with maths. I think if I had been in an environment where it was a more friendly, maths was more friendly, those who taught maths were more friendly and more encouraging, I think it would have been better. I mean, there are people in Ghana, they do all these tough subjects and then they fail. And then some of them get the opportunity to travel abroad, and the same subject that they were failing at, they are excelling, you know. So that tells you it wasn't the subject, it was how the subject was taught and the attitude they were made to develop towards, the negative attitude they were made to develop towards those subjects. So I think it's something we could look at in our educational system. But yeah, that's where my apprehension towards mathematics came from.
How was life in school? Tell us, how was young Andrew in school?
Oh, young Andrew was a chronic introvert. Kept to himself most of the time. Made very few friends. Socially awkward, a little, you know. And
when you say socially awkward, what?
Socially awkward, I mean, that kind of guy that everybody will be in the room and then they will see him and they look at him like, this guy, what's wrong with him? Is he okay? Is he something wrong with him?
But were you okay?
I was okay.
Why were you always distant in yourself?
Because of how quiet I was. Okay. Because of how quiet and introverted I was. I wasn't outgoing, or, you know, I wasn't smiling a whole lot. I didn't smile at all.
Has that changed
back in school? I'm told it hasn't changed, even though I make a conscious effort to greet and smile and all that. But when I'm unaware, my face goes back to that. So when I'm among people, I'm trying to, hey, hello. But the moment I finish greeting people, I think my face kind of goes back to that thing. And even on the set, I dyed my hair to play a role in a movie that will be coming out soon. And someone on the set was like, you don't smile, you know. Meanwhile, this lady, I greeted her and smiled. I had smiled with her and greeted her before she did my makeup and all that. But she also said I don't smile. So I guess I've made progress, but not enough.
Have you ever heard any awkward statements towards the way you are?
In secondary school, my favorite was in secondary school because Form 1 and Form 2, I was the way I was. It wasn't until Form 3 that I began to open up. And these are with guys that I've been with from Form 1 and Form 2. So when I began to crack jokes, I'd gotten comfortable with them in the third year. This is things that people who get comfortable after a few months, it took me 2 years to get comfortable enough to be jovial and joke and laugh and things. And it was only then that my mates began to open up to me like, hey, we thought you were an occultist in Form 1. Because the rumors that you wake up at midnight and sit on your bed and be chanting, you know, at the stroke of midnight, and you know you are like maybe do some juju or something.
But were you doing those things?
No, I wasn't.
Were you chanting?
Because of who the kind of person they thought I was, people had started making rumors about me that are you an occultist? Is he an occultist? And these were conversations that were going on behind my back. So when we got to Form 3 and they realized I was normal, now began to say, "Hey, you, the way we were afraid of you in Form 1, hey, we thought you were this, we thought you were this, we thought you were this." It was very interesting. So those have been my favorites comments that I've gotten because of the way I am. But theater forced me to interact with people and open up a bit more, be more sociable, learn how to approach people, talk to them, ask questions and things like that. So it's something I've learned, but unlike other people, I have to psych myself to say, okay, I'm going to be this kind of person in this environment. Then I do it. Once I'm done, I kind of go back to my default.
Right, so let's take a quick break. When we return, there is more on Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV. Welcome back. You're still watching Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV. We're still having a conversation with Adote. He is an actor, graphic designer, and he loves art. He loves music. Share with us The Beast of No Nation. I mean, you acted in that movie. Share with us how you landed that role.
There was this was in the very beginning. There was a team that was coming from Hollywood to come and look for actors to play in the movie. And by that time, Roverman was made 2015, so Roverman was kind of a known name around. And some of the people who organized the auditions came to the group because they had seen good actors there, myself included. So they came to the group, approached us with the opportunity to audition for it. So that's kind of how it happened. And around the time we auditioned, there was no play that we were rehearsing for. But somehow the dates, they kept shifting the dates. So when I auditioned and got the role, when I was informed that I had gotten the role, we were already hot in rehearsals for another play that we were going to do. So it became a bit of a difficult thing to manage. So what I told them was I can't do it. They should find someone else. So when I told them that, they were like, okay. And then I was there. And then one lady, one of the acting coaches who had come to help the kids, called me and tried to convince me to be part of the film. And that, you know, it's important it will be good on my resume. And I didn't know what resume was at the time. I didn't care. They say, I'll go on my IMDb too. I said, I didn't know what IMDb was. I didn't care. So she talked to me all that, and I said, okay, I've heard her. I'm sorry, I can't do it. She should find someone else. So she also hung up. Then I was doing my rehearsal, and then I got a call from the Ghanaians who worked with them that, what have I smeared on my face? I said, what are they talking about? He said, oh, now the director himself has called that they should make sure I am in the film. So that means like they are not taking no for an answer. I said, okay. So I went to see my boss, Uncle Ebwen, and we worked out something. So at rehearsal, there will be a van waiting for me to take me to the location. So I'll pack my bags, come for rehearsal, finish, and then get on the van, and they will drive me up the mountains to the location. We shoot, and then I come back to rehearsals. We do so. It took me from, you know, in between, from to and from rehearsal, and that's how I was able to shoot the movie. And it was weird because my appearance in the film didn't last more than 5 minutes. So I found it weird that they were. In my mind, this is not a big role. Yeah. So why were they insisting that, you know, I play this small role? But yeah, that's what happened.
Did it pay?
Did it pay? No. It was a very small role. I think the big money went to the big cast, but it was a very small role, and it was fine. I think, how much was it? I've forgotten, but it wasn't a money thing, you know. Yeah.
You've done movies, you've done stage play. Between screen and stage, which one will you choose?
I think I would choose stage, because the screen can get a bit tedious sometimes. You know, location issues, delays in the little delays here and there in setting up, you know, and it gets tiring. It gets tiring. Just waiting to shoot gets tiring, and I don't, because I'm from an environment where you don't stay still. Waiting to shoot one scene and waiting 2 hours for them to set up lights and all those things, it bothers me. So if I had to choose, I would choose stage.
Usually, what do you do? How is the preparation like when you are going on stage?
I mean, it involves rehearsals. First you discuss the play, then there's rehearsals. The rehearsals is where they teach you the blocking, how the character is supposed to walk, which direction he walks in, and things like that. So when you come and watch a stage play, when you see the character walking, it is not a random thing. It has been predetermined that when you are saying this line, walk here, and turn here, and look at this person, and so everything has been predetermined for you. But we make it look like we just felt like moving and we moved. So rehearsals is where the work is done, where the characterization happens. So by the time you are going on stage, everything, if you've done enough work, everything is on autopilot. You are moving naturally, you are saying your lines and things like that, you know. So I try to take that method to the screen, you know, even though sometimes you don't have enough time to really, really embody the character. Screen in Ghana is a bit fast because, you know, the more days you spend, the more money you spend. So they try to make you get things done as fast as possible. So despite not having enough time, you try to still apply your stage, how you learn your stage on stage to the screen.
You won a monologue challenge a few months ago.
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
It was a website called thespian.com, and they had launched this monologue challenge, and they were offering some money, you know. It was in Naira. It was in Naira. It looked like a lot of money. It was in Naira and all that. But I spoke to the owner of the website, you know, just to get a feel of what exactly this thing is. It is some kind of scam or what, but it seemed this was a guy who was, he's Nigerian. It's a Nigerian-owned website. It seemed like the guy was just passionate about theater, passionate about arts, and wanted to do something to contribute to the arts in Africa. So it was a very noble thing he wanted to do. So I said, okay. So I did the first one, which I won, and then they sent me money. I said, oh, okay. And he did a second one, which had even more money, but it was more challenging. And I said, okay, let me do that one too. And then I won that, which was 500,000 Naira. And you know, that's when I did the photo shoot and the interview and all those things, and made a lot of noise about it. So yeah, basically that's how it came about. Yeah.
How has that contributed to your brand?
I got a huge influx of Nigerian followers because it's a Nigerian site, and a lot of Nigerians, you know, patronize the website. A whole bunch of Nigerian followers. I had even lost count. So right now, I think I've gotten some visibility when it comes to that part of the world. My whole aim is to take my craft beyond the shores of Ghana. So I think it's in order that I begin to get a fan base also, even in Nigeria, so that, you know, one day I hope to get to work with RMD and all those people. I've worked with RMD before in Shirley's film, Perfect Picture 2. You know, we never really interacted on screen, but we interacted off screen. And I'm hoping to be able to do proper work with people like him and all the other legends and up-and-coming legends in that industry.
What change would you want to see in our industry? What have you observed? What do you think that we can do better?
Well, I mean, I was shooting this movie recently, and I noticed what a struggle it is to find locations that you can control, you know, with sound and things like that. And I noticed that this is why Hollywood, they build these huge studios where everything is controlled, and you can build a village, you can build a market, you can build a bank, you can build skyscrapers, whatever. It's all contained within that studio, and you can shoot. I think we would move forward much quicker as an industry if we had one of those, where you can easily, if you want Kaneshi Market, we can build a replica of Kaneshi Market. Everybody there is an actor who is, you know, getting the work done. You know, we shot some public scenes, and we had people standing around, and we had to tell them to move, and then somebody came to argue with us because we were tapping power from his shop to power the lights for us to do this, and I just found the whole thing so sad.
I'm imagining how the struggle is on set, because
and this is one of the reasons why I prefer stage.
I've seen some movies that the people are just there, they are looking into the cameras for you to see that, yeah, the people came to film.
Yeah, you can't help it. And sometimes you are filming and one person wants to appear in the TV, so he will pretend he doesn't know what is going on and just come and walk across.
That's an extra.
Yes. Come and walk across and spoil your shot, and now we have to start all over again, you know. So one of the things I really wish we could do is that I don't know if the powers that be will think it's worth investing into, but if we had something like that, we could control daylight, we could control night, we could control sound. You know, sometimes you are shooting and then some loud motorcycle will come and pass and spoils the shot. Meanwhile, it's a shot you are emotionally getting into, and they spoiled it because, sorry, sound is bad, can we do it, can we go again? Then you have to go again. And if you're not lucky, another motorcycle will come and pass. And then before you realize, when we were shooting this one, just when we were getting ready to shoot, somebody started playing music, time for party. They're playing party music. So boom, boom, check, boom. So obviously we can't shoot, so we had to go and beg the DJ that we beg him, he should give us 2 hours.
If his customers are there.
So the 2 hours, he agreed and gave us 2 hours. We shot, we couldn't do much. After 2 hours, the music went back up again. Then we went to beg him, then he reduced it half. Then when we left and when the people who went to beg came back, he increased it again. And they had to go and beg. You know all these things, and we the actors are waiting to shoot, and you are getting tired because these things are happening. He finished around 3 a.m. They closed around 3 a.m. And because of that, we had to continue shooting till 7 a.m., which was so this is through the night. Something we could have done, finished within a few hours, and we're gone. We had to. So those are the things. Those are the things, Charlie.
People watch you, they are happy. They hear your voice, they are excited. What makes you happy? How do you get yourself entertained?
I think performing makes me happy. The feeling I got when I went on stage for the very first time, I haven't forgotten. You know, and when you are in the motion of performing, it's a beautiful feeling. You know, when I was playing Odewale and I'm delivering the lines and everything is going so well, if you have a performer spirit, that sort of thing makes you very, very happy. Outside that, if I get some good music, I'm happy. If I get to draw or write, I'm trying to go into writing. So I guess anything creative, you know, that exercises that part of me makes me happy.
I would want you to sign off because I know you're a TV presenter. Have you quit?
I was a long time ago.
Why did you quit?
The money wasn't good.
What was the okay? Have you worked with just a media house?
Yeah, I worked with a media house. I've forgotten.
Like just one media house.
Okay.
It's because of the follow-up question. That's why I'm asking.
What happened was when I started working as a TV presenter, it was on a TV channel called Viasat 1.
Okay.
So Viasat 1 was where we shot all the episodes. And then when I ended my relationship with them, that show went to TV Africa, and I think GH1 or something. So the episodes of the talk show moved to I think a couple of TV stations before it finally fizzled out.
So my follow-up question: what was the weirdest amount you were paid? It's the reason I asked if it's just one media house, cause. Yes. What was the weirdest? What was the amount I was giving?
To be very honest with you, I can't remember how much they gave me. I can't remember. But first, they agreed that it would be per month. Then it was per episode. And then I think as their money was becoming basa, mine was also becoming basa. And then it became something else. And I was like, Charlie, it's okay. I've done small. It was fun. I got to interview. I was one of the first people to interview Kwame Eugene when he was coming out. I was one of the first people to interview King Promise, Eddie K. Who else? A lot of these up-and-coming guys. I got to interview them around the time they were beginning to block. Kwesi Arthur. I was one of the first people to interview Kwesi Arthur too. So it was a fun, nice period. Yeah.
Beyond the excitement, would you say that what you sought to do has been financially gratifying?
No, at least not yet. I think with things like this, there's a time. The universe or the powers that be will decide how much reward you get after what time, how much time you put in. When you go into a venture like this, you don't get to say in 3 years' time, I'll be financially self-sufficient. You don't get to say things like that. Your job is to do your very best and be consistent. And then whenever they decide, one day you realize you are making big money. I mean, every actor, almost all the actors that we saw that blew up were in the industry for over 10 years, but nobody knew who they were. Then all of a sudden, they did one project, and then boom, everybody knew. Samuel L. Jackson was like that. Sylvester Stallone was like that. Almost all of them. Van Damme too was like that. You have to put in, the powers that be demand that you put in a certain amount of time before people see you. Yeah, so I'm okay with that. I just hope I have the grace to keep performing well, raising the bar, being consistent, and then if the laws of the universe are true, one day it will be very nice. Yeah.
Thank you for coming on the show. I'm a big fan. In fact, I've watched you. I've watched The Girls Are Not to Blame. I watched a call, something inspector, a detective call. Yes, I've watched a couple of productions that you are in, and then my producer is also a big fan. In fact, when she heard that you were coming, she started talking to me about you. What is it? The beginning of the year or so.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's
Thank you so much for coming. It's been an honor to have you on the show. But like I mentioned, you sign out for us.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this has been Talkatainment with the great Abrantepa, right?
Yes.
And Andrew Tandoh-Adote. See you next time, same place, same time. Bye-bye.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Hello everyone, my name is Dr. Florentia Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. As you're all aware, this month is Breast Cancer Awareness Month and we'll be bringing you daily tips on breast cancer. To start with, what is breast cancer? Breast cancer simply refers to cells in the breast growing out of control. There are 3 types of tissue in the breast made up by cells. They are the duct tissue, lobules, and connective tissue. Cells in any of these 3 types of tissue can grow out of control and cause breast cancer. Breast cancer does not stay in the breast. It can grow in other parts of the body and cause problems as well. Although breast cancer was the #1 most diagnosed cancer in women, it is no longer the #1 cause of cancer-related deaths in women, and this is because of early detection. That's why in this month, we encourage you to touch the boobs. That is, get to know what your breasts feel like regularly, so that when there are changes, you'll be able to detect very easily. Thank you for staying with us and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Dr. Samson Asala from the Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. On today's tips about breast cancer, we are going to talk about some Ghana statistics. In the year 2020, 1 in 3 Ghanaian women who were diagnosed with cancer had breast cancer at various stages. Of this number, 2,055 sadly died from complications arising from breast cancer. Breast cancer is treatable if detected early and interventions are put in place. Let us all join together to prevent needless death from breast cancer. Join us again tomorrow for another episode of Tips on Breast Cancer.
back to Daily Tips on Breast Cancer. My name is Dr. Mens Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Today, we'll be talking about symptoms of breast cancer. The first symptom is no symptom. Yes, a number of women diagnosed with breast cancer have absolutely no symptoms at all. No breast changes, nothing. Breast cancer is diagnosed in these women only at screening. That is why breast cancer screening is important. We'll discuss that in a later episode. The second symptom is lumps in your breast or in your armpit. These lumps are usually hard, ill-defined, and difficult to move around. They can also change the shape and size of your breast. If you notice a breast lump, kindly see your doctor because other conditions of the breast that are not cancer can give you lumps. That's all for today's episode. We'll see you tomorrow with more symptoms. Bye. Welcome back to Daily Tips on Breast Cancer. My name is Dr. Mens Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Yesterday we took a look at the first two symptoms of breast cancer, which are no symptoms at all and then a breast lump or a lump in your armpit. Today we are looking at more symptoms. The first symptom today is changes in the skin of the breast. These changes I'm talking about include reddening of the skin, thickening of the skin, swelling of the skin, and even wounds or sores on the skin. The next symptom is changes in the nipples. Most nipples point outwards. Some people have naturally inverted nipples. If you notice your nipples turning inwards recently, please see a doctor. It may be a sign of breast cancer. Also look out for ulceration of the nipples. That is sores around the nipples. And finally, any bloody nipple discharge is not normal. Please see a doctor as this may also be a symptom of breast cancer. To close, most of these symptoms also occur in diseases of the breast that are not cancerous. This is why it's extremely important that you report to a doctor when you pick any of them up. Thank you and see you in our next episode. Bye-bye.
Hello, Dr. Asala from Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center here. On today's episode on tips about breast cancer, we are going to talk about risk factors. Risk factors are things that put you at an increased chance of developing a disease such as breast cancer. Now, there are modifiable and non-modifiable risk factors. Modifiable risk factors are those risk factors that you can do something about. Examples when it comes to breast cancer include obesity, inadequate breastfeeding, harmful use of alcohol, tobacco use, and radiation exposure. Non-modifiable risk factors are those risk factors that you cannot do anything about. Examples include a family history of breast cancer, age greater than 40, female gender, early menarche, and late menopause. Join us tomorrow for another tip about breast cancer, and on the next episode we'll be talking about the non-modifiable risk factors for breast cancer. Hello, my name once again is Dr. Samson Asala from the Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Today on the tips about breast cancer, we are going to continue on risk factors. The last time we mentioned that there are two types of risk factors, modifiable and non-modifiable risk factors. Today we want to talk a bit more about the non-modifiable risk factors. Non-modifiable risk factors are risk factors we can do nothing about. Examples include a family history of cancer, starting your menses early, a late menopause, age greater than 40, and female sex. There's nothing you can do about these risk factors because that is just the way you are. However, it's important to note these because they put you at increased chance of getting breast cancer. It will surprise you to know that over 50% of women who develop breast cancer had only 2 risk factors. Those were age greater than 40 and female gender. Those are non-modifiable risk factors. So it is really important that all women above the age of 40 are screened for breast cancer. Thank you. Join us again next time for another episode on tips about breast cancer.
Prices have remained quite unstable in the past few months, even maybe from last year. Today we want to ask drivers how much they spend in filling their tank, in buying fuel and diesel, every type of car, and how much they spend on diesel, be it structural, be it taxi, or even private cars. My name is Stella Jejom Sogli for BestTech on GhanaWeb TV.
A Ford Transit, a Transit.
It's a high the fellow tank.
400. And Yama, just 250. My father said 300. I said, Bayama. 4 million. 4 million, 400 Ghana city. For noon yet, almost too much. Are they on air die soon? Almost die, sorry, on better for them. A day.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Hello everyone, my name is Dr. Florentia Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. As you're all aware, this month is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and we'll be bringing you daily tips on breast cancer. To start with, what is breast cancer? Breast cancer simply refers to cells in the breast growing out of control. There are 3 types of tissue in the breast made up by cells. They are the duct tissue, lobules, and connective tissue. Cells in any of these 3 types of tissue can grow out of control and cause breast cancer. Breast cancer does not stay in the breast. It can grow in other parts of the body and cause problems as well. Although breast cancer was the #1 most diagnosed cancer in women, it is no longer the #1 cause of cancer-related deaths in women, and this is because of early detection. That's why in this month, we encourage you to touch the boobs. That is, get to know what your breasts feel like regularly, so that when there are changes, you'll be able to detect very easily. Thank you for staying with us and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Dr. Samson Asala from the Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. On today's tips about breast cancer, we are going to talk about some Ghana statistics. In the year 2020, 1 in 3 Ghanaian women who were diagnosed with cancer had breast cancer at various stages. Of this number, 2,055 sadly died from complications arising from breast cancer. Breast cancer is treatable if detected early and interventions are put in place. Let us all join together to prevent needless death from breast cancer. Join us again tomorrow for another episode of Tips on Breast Cancer.
Welcome back to Daily Tips on Breast Cancer. My name is Dr. Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Today, we'll be talking about symptoms of breast cancer. The first symptom is no symptom. Yes, a number of women diagnosed with breast cancer have absolutely no symptoms at all. No breast changes, nothing. Breast cancer is diagnosed in these women only at screening. That is why breast cancer screening is important. We'll discuss that in a later episode. The second symptom is lumps in your breast or in your armpit. These lumps are usually hard, ill-defined, and difficult to move around. They can also change the shape and size of your breast. If you notice a breast lump, kindly see your doctor, because other conditions of the breast that are not cancer can give you lumps. That's all for today's episode. We'll see you tomorrow with more symptoms. Bye. Welcome back to Daily Tips on Breast Cancer. My name is Dr. Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Yesterday we took a look at the first 2 symptoms of breast cancer, which are no symptoms at all and then a breast lump or a lump in your armpit. Today we are looking at more symptoms. The first symptom today is changes in the skin of the breast. These changes I'm talking about include reddening of the skin, thickening of the skin, swelling of the skin, and even wounds or sores on the skin. The next symptom is changes in the nipples. Most nipples point outwards. Some people have naturally inverted nipples. If you notice your nipples turning inwards recently, please see a doctor. It may be a sign of breast cancer. Also look out for ulceration of the nipples. That is sores around the nipples. And finally, Any bloody nipple discharge is not normal. Please see a doctor, as this may also be a symptom of breast cancer. To close, most of these symptoms also occur in diseases of the breast that are not cancerous. This is why it's extremely important that you report to a doctor when you pick any of them up. Thank you and see you in our next episode. Bye-bye.
Hello, Dr. Asala from Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center here. On today's episode on tips about breast cancer, we are going to talk about risk factors. Risk factors are things that put you at an increased chance of developing a disease such as breast cancer. Now, there are modifiable and non-modifiable risk factors. Modifiable risk factors are those risk factors that you can do something about. Examples when it comes to breast cancer include obesity, inadequate breastfeeding, harmful use of alcohol, tobacco use, and radiation exposure. Non-modifiable risk factors are those risk factors that you cannot do anything about. Examples include a family history of breast cancer, age greater than 40, female gender, early menarche, and late menopause. Join us tomorrow for another tip about breast cancer, and on the next episode we'll be talking about the non-modifiable risk factors for breast cancer. Hello, my name once again is Dr. Samson Asala from the Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Today on the tips about breast cancer, we are going to continue on risk factors. The last time we mentioned that there are two types of risk factors, modifiable and non-modifiable risk factors. Today we want to talk a bit more about the non-modifiable risk factors. Non-modifiable risk factors are risk factors you can do nothing about. Examples include a family history of cancer, starting your menses early, a late menopause, age greater than 40, and female sex. There's nothing you can do about these risk factors because that is just the way you are. However, it's important to note these because they put you at increased chance of getting breast cancer. It will surprise you to know that over 50% of women who develop breast cancer had only two risk factors. Those were age greater than 40 and female gender. Those are non-modifiable risk factors. So it is really important that all women above the age of 40 are screened for breast cancer. Thank you. Join us again next time for another episode on tips about breast cancer.
Ghanaians will be hitting the polls for the 2024 general elections. In view of this, GhanaWeb hit the streets of Zaire to gather from residents their assessments of the current government, factors that will influence their choice of vote on that day, as well as their peace messages.
How for the state of this is very shambolic. We have never experienced this kind of economy before. Look at the cost of living, look at inflation, look at everything. Everything is just in disarray. There's nothing on earth. You see that we have never experienced this. Look at the exchange rate. And you know immediately exchange rate goes high, you see that our cost of living is affected. When your purchasing power and everything will be eroded by the cost of living. So people are suffering. So this economy is nothing to write home about. We are going to vote based on the economy. We are going to vote based on education, we are going to vote based on our standard of living. Because all these things, this current government has disappointed. Out for peace, there wouldn't be peace if NDC or if EC fails to do the right thing. Because they are the people who are money, and when you want to talk that they are clothed in the issue of they are independent, nobody disputes that. But they must do the needful. So there wouldn't be peace in this election if EC fails to do the right thing. Because we have heard of illegal transfer of what? Voters. So they must streamline the voter register so that everybody will be happy, so that the outcome of the election, everybody will accept it in good faith. So in order for peace to come, our peace in this country now borders on only the EC. Nobody, not even a political party, not even the religious people, nor the peace council, but it borders on EC, and EC must do the needful. That is the only thing I can talk about. Because if they fail to do this, I can tell you that the peace of this country cannot be guaranteed.
The economy is too bad for all of us because how we follow MPP up to now, we don't know where we are. We don't know what is going on. But they say when they win, they will give a job, what, everything, nothing. We don't see nothing up to this time. So everybody will now change our mind to vote for NDC to come back to the power, so that it will help us better than the MPP. That day, I'm ready. Even my family, all my family, I told them to vote for NDC because we follow MPP up to years. We don't game any nothing. We don't know what is going on. Even they say jobs, what, all is lies. We didn't see anything up to now. So all my family and me, we are going to vote for NDC. The voting day, everybody have to take time. We get peace. Vote gently without any problem, no confusion, no fight, so that all the voting will be okay. Nobody should cheat, nobody should come and say vote for this. Everything belongs to your choice.
Nowadays, the economy is hard. The time John Mama has left the office and MPP has come, the way they spoke, we thought he's going to do the same. But nowadays it's too much west. So the economy is very, very hard. So the way the economy is, I will advise my people that coming December 7th, they should go out well and vote for change. And the voting day, I would like everybody to go and vote, but they shouldn't cause anything. They should go back to their house and be listening. If they hear that JMA has won, then they jubilate what they want to jubilate.
I know that free education is good for we people. So, and those who don't have think that MPP government must lead us so that our children must also go where they will also go. But now, if we look, you see that the NDC people, they think that they will do something that will vote for them. When we vote for them, maybe they think they can change it, but now they can't change anything. So to me, I said, for the MPP government, everybody, if you want, think well before you vote. If you don't think, you cannot vote. The election day, I advise people that if you go to vote, I beg, when you vote finish, leave the voting center. Don't be there. When you vote finish, you leave there and go to your house. After the time that when they declare, if you are win, then you can be jubilating. But if you are still there from the vote center that maybe they have been voting, that always causes confusion.
Since 10 a.m. that I come, it's getting to sit like that. Nobody is coming to stay. It can't change everything. Our MPs too is trying their best, but them cannot do anything. So we need to solve our issue. So we need a new president to come and see. It's spoiling our work. He can't change Lotto. 2020 election, I vote for MPP, but they win. They can't spoil my work. So now 2024 election, I will vote. I will change my vote. Because we need a new president to come and correct our back and come. So I want NDC to win this year. Because our everything just making them spoil everything.
This is Sarah Bandalduburi reporting from Zare, Bolgatanga, Accra East.
members that the provisions of Article 97(1)(g) and (h), which address the vacating of a member of parliament seat due to defection, should be understood prospectively. That is, they should apply only to future parliaments and not to the term of office of parliament when the act occurs. While this argument may appear to offer a practical approach, it must be firmly dismissed as both untenable and inconsistent with the constitutional purpose of these provisions. One may ask, what is Article 97 purposed to do? The clear intent of Article 97(1)(g) and (h), to my understanding, is to preserve party loyalty, engender trust, and protect the mandate of the voter and representation throughout the MP's term of office. These provisions are designed to prevent political instability, as I stated, opportunistic behavior, fraudulent representations, and disruption of parliamentary composition during the term of a parliament by ensuring that members of parliament remain faithful to the mandate given to them by the electorate at the time of their election. To understand these provisions as only applying prospectively, meaning that they will take effect only in future parliaments, will nullify the purpose of Article 97. The provisions of Article 97 under consideration are intended to address breaches of party loyalty and independent status as they occur during a term, ensuring that the House's composition remains consistent with the electoral outcomes. If Article 97(1)(g) and (h) were to apply only in future parliaments, it will render these provisions effectively superfluous. By the time the next parliament is constituted, any member of parliament who has defected or switched political allegiance during the current parliament will no longer be in violation of the provision. They will start the next term aligned with their new party or as an independent. There will exist no defection, and the violation will effectively be wiped clean at the start of the term of the succeeding parliament. If the understanding of the provisions was futuristic, members of parliament could freely switch parties or become independent during the term of a parliament and pretend to be representing the interests of the people who elected him or her or the party on whose platform he or she rode to parliament, while paying loyalty to a different party or group of people with no immediate consequences. This is precisely what Article 97(1)(g) and (h) are meant to prevent. The provisions exist to curb, as I stated, defection, as it happens, not to offer a free pass to members of parliament to change allegiance during their term and only face no consequences, even in future electoral cycles. Under Article 97 of the Constitution of Ghana, there are indeed different modes through which a member of parliament shall vacate his or her seat, and these can be broadly categorized into two groups. The A is the one that we refer to as automatic or procedural, and the B is a matter of determination of fact. Certain modes of vacating a seat happen automatically or procedurally, either through the direct operation of law or institutional processes. These are relatively straightforward and do not require external determination of facts. For example, the dissolution of parliament, the election as speaker, the expulsion for contempt, and resignation of a member of parliament. The second category deals with others where you require determination of facts. And those are the other provisions identified in Articles 97.1, C, E, and D. These involve more complex factual situations that are less clear-cut and may be subject to dispute, making them matters that likely require determination to ascertain whether a vacancy has occurred. Honorable members, it is important to note that the determination of whether a member of parliament has resigned from their political party or has joined another party is a matter of fact. In 2020, during the tenure of Right Honorable Professor Aaron Michael Quay as Speaker of Parliament, a notable instance occurred when the New Patriotic Party notified the Speaker that the Member of Parliament for Formina, Honorable Andrew Tandoh-Adote, was no longer a member of the party. The MPP requested that the seat be declared vacant in accordance with Article 97.1 of the Constitution, citing that the Member of Parliament had filed to contest the upcoming elections as an independent candidate, which violated the party's constitution. In response to this request and notification, Right Honorable Professor Aaron Michael Quay proceeded to declare the seat vacant. However, I must emphasize that this ruling made by the previous speaker does not bind other speakers, including myself. It is important to point out that in the present matter before the House, the notice of poll is available at the Electoral Commission on all the 275 constituencies. I have duly taken note of the notice of the poll, and furthermore, no member in making comments to the statement made to the House by the minority leader denies these glaring and notorious facts. And so, what is my role in all this? Honorable members, it is important to point out that the Speaker is called upon by the standing orders of Parliament, particularly Order 18, to inform the House of the occurrence of a vacancy of the seat of a member under Clause 1B to E, G, and H of Article 97 of the Constitution. Accordingly, I proceed to inform the House that by the notification of the polls, the following members of Parliament have by their actions vacated their seats in Parliament. The members are Honorable Peter Yao Kwache Aka, NDC MP for Amenfi Central in the Western Region, now referred to as an independent parliamentary candidate for the same constituency. 2, Honorable Andrew Amwako Asiama, independent member for Formina constituency in Ashanti Region, now referred to as MPP parliamentary candidate for the constituency. 3, Honorable Kojo Asante, MPP MP for Suhum in the Eastern Region, now referred to as independent candidate for the same constituency. And finally, Honorable Cynthia Mamile Morrison, MPP MP for Aguna West constituency in the Central Region, now referred to as independent candidate for the same constituency. These MPs cannot be allowed by law and my good self to continue to pretend to be representing people that they don't believe in and they don't have any loyalty for in this House any longer. The House is accordingly so informed. Honorable members, I thank you for your patience and attention. Honorable members, please. Honorable members, may we have some order in the House? Honorable members, this is my response to what happened 2 days ago. And I don't think this is subject to debate. It's a communication to the House, and by our standing orders, it's information I have to give you, and I've done so according to my understanding of the law. Please, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, I thank you for the opportunity to make comments on the communication you have just delivered to the House.
May you kindly refer to the standing orders that you are coming under.
Mr. Speaker, I do not come under any standing orders.
So you may resume your seat then.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, you are the father of this House. And Mr. Speaker, you have communicated to the House a position you've taken. It's been our practice that any time you have come out with a formal communication, you give opportunity to leadership to make a response. Mr. Speaker, if today you do not want me to talk, Mr. Speaker, that should be it. But Mr. Speaker, if you say that...
Honorable member, you got it wrong. It's not the practice of the House that any time I come with a formal communication, I allow members to make comments. That's not the practice of the House. It's never been the practice of any of the houses that I have been member from 1993 to date. I have not had that as any practice of the House. Some speakers, including myself, may entertain some comments from members, but it is not a practice of the House.
Mr. Speaker, if it pleases you, I would like to make some few comments on the matters you've raised, because, Mr. Speaker, these are very grave matters. The matters you've raised are not light matters. They are very grave matters that I would want to comment. And, Mr. Speaker,
so
please,
you want to seek my leave to make comments?
That is so, respectfully.
Now you agree it's not the practice,
Mr.
but
Speaker,
you are just seeking my leave.
Mr. Speaker, as it pleases you, with your leave. With your leave.
Well, yes, you may do so.
Mr. Speaker, thank you once again for the leave granted me to comment on your communication you just delivered. Mr. Speaker, you underscored your submissions with a very important point, that the matter that came before us has interpretation reliefs, and that you do not have the power to interpret the Constitution, and that your duty is to enforce. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable member, you are not listening to me.
Mr. Speaker, may I finish with respect?
All what you said are wrong, so
Mr.
I
Speaker,
cannot continue to allow
Mr.
you
Speaker,
to keep on
Mr.
misleading
Speaker,
the House.
Mr. Speaker, please, if you think that this is your house and you didn't want us to talk, so be, Mr. Speaker, we should allow me to
Honorable
speak.
Majority Leader, you are addressing the Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, you may.
Please.
I need your protection. They must stop what they are doing.
I'm in charge.
Mr. Speaker, then
Anytime,
they may be quiet.
Please.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, in your ruling, my understanding was to the effect that your duty is not to interpret the Constitution. My understanding was to the effect that your duty is not to interpret the Constitution. But, Mr. Speaker, it is important for me to emphasize one more time that when the statement was made by my respected colleague, Dr. Kesil Atufosin, I did draw the attention of the House, including your good self, to the effect that the matter being a very grave matter, I have taken it upon myself to seek the court's interpretation of the matter. Mr. Speaker, indeed. Mr. Speaker, I think
Honorable
I deserve
members,
some respect.
please,
Mr. Speaker,
let's listen
I think
to
I
each
deserve
other.
some respect.
Let's listen to each other.
No,
please.
I think it is only fair.
Honorable Majority Leader, please address me. I'm taking care of that. Please,
Mr.
let's
Speaker,
listen to each other.
I did indicate that I have filed a process at the Supreme Court. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, the bailiff of the court had attempted to serve the process on the Director of Legal Affairs, and the Director of Legal Affairs and the entire legal directorate refused service because, according to them, there was a circular stating that they can only be served on Mondays. I saw the circular myself. Subsequent to that, I, as hearing the intention of Mr. Speaker to come to a determination in one way or the other, directed service, which is within my rights. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, Parliament was duly served.
Honorable member, please, I didn't want to interrupt you, but you are the majority leader and the leader of this House. As at the time you were directing service yourself, you took the trouble of coming to Parliament with two persons who are alleged to be bailiffs and went to the legal office to yourself, directing officials of the legal office to receive the service. You are a member of Parliament. I am the Speaker. It is my duty to protect your privileges and immunities. In doing so, I had a discussion with the Chief Justice, and we came to an understanding that in the meantime, the Chief Justice issued a directive as to how service of members of Parliament, some officers of Parliament, and the Speaker could be effected. I communicated this to the House and discussed it with you, the leaders. We said that as we go along, we will together, Parliament and the judiciary, particularly led by the Supreme Court, come out with a legislation on this issue of privileges and immunities of Parliament, members of Parliament, and specified officials of Parliament. We discussed this. Based on this discussion, the Chief Justice issued a directive to all registries of courts in the country. And it is stated clearly there that the Speaker can be served on Mondays during working hours. There were reasons why we came to those agreements. You are aware of it. Yet you kept on insisting that service be effected whilst the Speaker was presiding over the proceedings of the House. You, as leader of the House, as majority leader, you are saying that this was service because you threw the court processes on the table and walked away? Is that how you effect service? Please, to quote the common parlance, don't go there.
With respect, for the past 12 years, I have accorded you every respect, and I'll continue to do that. Mr. Speaker, the facts you put out are not true. Mr. Speaker, these are credibility issues, so I will respond for the record. Mr. Speaker, somebody has told you something. Mr. Speaker, you reserve the right to be there to make your point. Let me make my point too. Mr. Speaker, no way. Mr. Speaker, no way. Mr. Speaker, whoever told you, Mr. Speaker, whoever told you that I threw a paper at somebody, this has to do with my credibility. I will not allow hands.
Honorable member, you don't listen at all.
Mr. Speaker, I do.
I never said
Mr.
you.
Speaker, you said
I never said you threw a paper at anybody.
Mr. Speaker,
I never said that.
That's exactly what you said. Let the answer check it. Mr. Speaker, that is what you said.
You are being carried away by your
Mr.
anger.
Speaker,
You are not listening.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not angry.
Honorable member. Honorable member.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not angry.
I said the court process was thrown on the table in the office. I never stated it was thrown by you at any person.
Mr. Speaker, you said I allegedly said some bailiffs. Alleged bailiffs.
No.
Mr. Speaker, then clarify.
Please.
Mr. Speaker, with respect,
Listen to me.
Mr. Speaker, I'm listening.
Honorable Majority Leader, I don't want to proceed to make some orders. Please, resume your seat. I'm very serious about that.
Mr. Speaker.
Please, resume your seat. Honorable member, your
Coming events cast their shadows. We have Parliament now, elect with the executive.
Honorable members, please kindly resume your seats. Minority Leader.
Right, Honorable Speaker. The Speaker, first, let me start by expressing our profound gratitude for your erudite ruling on this very important matter of national interest. The Speaker, you have indeed done what is right for the people of Ghana by sticking to the tenet of Ghana's constitution, our standing order, and time-tested precedents being a case law for this House. Mr. Speaker, permit me to congratulate the NDC Majority Caucus for standing firm from day one, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, just a moment. I can see a cluster of some members at one corner of the chamber. Please, honorable members, either you resume your seats or you move out of the chamber of Parliament. Please, honorable members, can you hear me? Please, Marshal, kindly perform your duty. Honorable Minority Leader, you may now go on.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, permit me to congratulate the NDC Majority Caucus. Mr. Speaker, from day one, we have not reneged on our responsibilities to work for the people of Ghana. Today is the beginning of the process to reset Ghana. Mr. Speaker, our country has gone through a lot. We have always made our point, but unfortunately we've not been able to succeed because we were not having the working majority. But now we have the working majority. Right, Honorable Speaker, beginning the next parliamentary sitting, we'll begin the process to take over as the majority caucus of this parliament. And we thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, we have taken note of the fact that our colleagues, the minority caucus, the new minority caucus, have just walked out. But that will not stop us from doing what is right for the people of Ghana. We will do what is right. But their conduct exactly reflects the work of a minority caucus. Mr. Speaker, we thank you very much for this ruling. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, Chief Whip.
Mr. Speaker, unless you have any further information, I would move for the House to be adjourned till Tuesday next week, Mr. Speaker. I so move.
Honorable members, at least we need to take the correction of votes and proceedings and official reports. We need to take that. Honorable members, item 5 on the order paper, correction of votes and proceedings and official report. We will start with the correction of votes and proceedings of Wednesday, 16th October 2024. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12.